I'm Vin.
I'm Sori.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at Vin&Sori@gmail.com and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin&Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We've returned. Briefly for you beautiful people.
Yes.
Let us know, dear listener, if you can hear us. If there is no major echo, that'll be great. I just turned down. That was not the volume. There's just the volume. Do me a favor and turn down the volume on that on my side on the thingamajiggy.
Is it down?
Yeah, okay. And then let me turn up. We're using the Mac Pro mic. We don't want to use that. It's a quadcast mic. And the quadcast mic is really low. So let's turn it up. They should be able to hear us now. I'll mute this quadcast right here.
Middle says our sound is good. Jay says
Jay Dispirited in the house. Bunch of rock stars here, dear listener. Bunch of rock stars. You guys saw a little preview of a solo called Catorce. Catorce.
Got a lot of good stuff going on.
Enough about us, though. Shout out to the big homie. First of all, thank you guys for showing up. It's really cool to see you guys here Haven't been streaming in a while. A lot of you guys been hitting me up, and then to know that we streamed and boom, here you are. You gotta love that.
Yep.
You gotta love that. I probably should do 5 solos and have them. So there's a different solo for each intro video.
Yeah, I think that'd be a great idea.
But I don't know. I don't have the skill set to come up with something like that. Catorce didn't take me a long time, actually. You saw me when I made that solo. But I've been playing my whole life to get to that solo. Anyway, now it sounds good. Before it sounded like a guitar amp. Oh, Perkinos! Oh my God!
Hey, what's up?
How are you doing? We got Perkinos here. We got Middle Earth. We got Joshua Scott. I haven't seen my brother in a while. We got XBM in the house. Zero Cobalt. All my favorites. All right, guys. Here we go.
And
Song number 1.
Waldo.
Shout out to Applejack.
We have a 7-song stream tonight for the big homie
6
DJ
or 7,
Neil. As soon as Vinny is ready.
I'm ready. It's a 7-song stream? Did he finesse you again?
I'm not sure. I'm still not sure.
If he did, much respect to him. Shout out to Nick, who's always finessing.
It's not Nick.
Or Neil, who's always finessing Sori for extra free shit. I'm not even mad at the dude.
Oh no!
Look at that. They got this video game where you could choose to be a dominatrix. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's your character, or you could be that half-naked doctor. Interesting.
No,
okay.
she wasn't half naked.
Her bra was all out.
Come on, man.
All right. Well,
it's different things.
If I was that type of doctor, I'm sure you would be okay with that.
No, I'd be fine. Okay. I'd be fine with that if you were my doctor.
All right, so let's pull up Trello so we can see the list of songs. What's up, Leah?
One of the wisest human beings on the planet, I think. All right, here we go.
All right, so interesting.
Yeah, that's 7. Unbelievable. All right, here we go.
Okay, pull that one right up. There's some interestingness here because apparently there was some what you're about to hear.
I got it.
So over the weekend was, now again, this was written on October 5th, so this was a little bit smidge ago. So over the weekend was Canadian Thanksgiving. So in this,
you just cut off the mic.
In this, I wanted to express my thanks to Vin and Sori. Oh, that's us. For the years of entertainment and for the community that has grown out of it for this channel by hosting a stream. By the end of this, you might think this is a weird way to express my thanks because the songs I've selected for this night might be challenging in one way or multiple ways. First off, we have Ayat, a black metal band from Lebanon.
Ayat. That is the Arabic term for sign.
Oh.
So I'll say Surah chapter 4, ayah 10.
Yeah. Okay.
So it means sign. So every verse in the Quran is a sign. Hence you say Surah chapter 4, ayah 10. Right? So ayah means sign. And so like the Ayatollah Khomeini, for example, Ayatollah he's a sign of Allah on the earth.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Anyway,
all right.
Ayat, they're a black metal band from Lebanon.
Their brand of black metal differs from the frosty Norwegian second wave black metal. It holds closer ties to the first wave of black metal, which can be a bit more raw and in your face. If you take a look at some of their song titles, you can probably get the sense that this band is out to provoke people. Have fun!
The name of the song is, oh my gosh, I can't even. Did you just call God a pig, basically?
Yeah.
All hail Allah the swine. Oh my God. Yeah, it's right. He's got the translation right there. Subhanallah. Okay. If you're a Muslim, apologies.
Neil, not us.
Apologies. Go after Neil. And listen, all is fear because you guys know, like, we have listened to a bunch of black metal where the God of the Bible is.
Oh, all is fair.
The God of the Bible has been attacked. So, look, Ya Muslimin, don't come after me. Be like, yo, you listen to this blasphemous song. Our people dictate what we do.
What can we say?
We don't run the channel.
No, we don't.
This is a community. It's just
you not entertained?
It's just like Middle America, man. It's a community thing. There's nothing I could do.
No.
All right, having said that, we're going to give it the old college try. Here we go. Neil out here trying to get us beheaded, inshallah. Neil out here trying to get us beheaded. All right, song number 1. Oh, God. I can't believe these people are still alive.
Yeah, no kidding. Pass me that Red Bull, please.
All right, here we go, guys. Let's do it. That's the wrong one. Talk amongst yourself.
How did you know? Okay.
Talk amongst yourself.
Yes, Ian,
disbelievers.
this is true. We are just following orders.
Who said that?
Ian Kirby.
Ian.
So you're just following orders. Yes, we do that.
That's pretty terrible.
We do that here and again.
But,
holy shit.
Yeah,
that
just
picture's
following
crazy.
orders indeed.
I don't know why they
it's
do
a difference
that.
between heaven and hell. I don't know what you're talking about. I figure we'll
crucified
figure
a woman.
it out. We'll figure it out in a second. Well, the Ottomans crucified women.
Yeah, I know, but like obviously the song goes by the title, and then I got a cross, but it's a woman on it. Like,
the Lebanese. I mean, they were part of the Ottoman Empire. That's part of Sham, Al Sham. Like in the Islamic mind, this place called Al Sham includes Lebanon, Syria, and a couple other places.
And what? Well, how does that connect with?
So that would mean that their ancestors probably did take part in crucifying women.
Yeah, but I don't think it's
brutal.
I'm sure that they did. I mean, I don't know much about them, but if they did, I feel like that there's more of a correlation between the mockery of putting a woman on a cross when you're correlating Allah and swine, and then the picture is a woman on a cross. Like instead of, it just seems like it's more to mock it. But who knows? We'll see.
Let me know, guys, if people think the audio is a little chippy, technical. Maybe where you guys? Is it too in your face? Is it too loud? What's going on with the audio? Al Sham is the Levant.
Lebanon is a large Christian population, says Perk. It wouldn't shock me if these guys actually have a Christian background.
Yep. Lebanon is, yeah, for sure. A lot of Shia, a lot of Christians. I didn't get to hang out with the Christians, unfortunately. All right, guys, here we go. Song number 1, subhanAllah. All right, here we go. And we'll have the translated lyrics. Muslims, make dua. Other than that, there's nothing I can do about it, bro. Let's go.
gross.
I'm very.
You're very what?
These boys stay in Lebanon. SubhanAllah. I know a couple dudes who, if they caught these boys, that'd have been the end.
It would be
They would have been. I mean, that is like high level blasphemy. Like, God Almighty. Like, in the Islamic mind, there's just nothing more disgusting than a pig, than swine. You know?
I mean,
what?
They're gross. They are gross.
Yeah, when Yasser Qadi was talking about what was happening in Al-Andalusia, which is Spain, when the Spaniards took over and basically de-Islamicized Andalusia, the area. And one of the things that had to happen was you couldn't use a Muslim name. The other thing is they would make you eat pork every Ramadan.
Oh.
And so obviously, psychologically and physically, if you haven't had that kind of food, when you eat it, you would gag, you would get sick, and so the Muslims would die. And so
Muslims would die.
They would get executed because they're like, "Oh, you're a Muslim," because they were denying you.
Oh, shoot!
Yeah, because that means you hadn't made a habit of eating swine, like through the, whatever.
Wow.
And so, like, they started resorting, like, hanging like slabs of swine and pig through at the markets and things like that, so they get acclimated to the disgust, so that they continue to hide their identity. But it's just
feel like eating some bacon would be better.
Yeah, but I mean, it's difficult to even comprehend when you put a religious theological.
Well, I mean,
when you attach theology to food, it becomes something else.
I used to be a vegetarian, and part of the reason was it grossed me out. Like, number one reason was it just grossed me out. The concept of eating a carcass, I'm like, why? Anybody that does that, that's gross. I don't want to do it, whatever, do your thing, but it's gross to me.
Right.
So I understand, like, the pig thing, like, in that. And I also did think, like, the Jewish, because I was told that the reason that the laws were as they were for the Jews was because it was to protect them from, like, for instance, the pigs are, like, not a very healthy animal to eat.
Oh yeah,
so
they're
that was the
disgusting
reason.
animals, sure.
That was the reason to stop. So then that was also, like, another reason for me to not want to eat it. And so when I stopped being a vegetarian for religious reasons, because I wanted to make sure that I was able to go to anybody's house or be anywhere and eat whatever was set before me without making, like, a big thing of it. It was difficult to, like, do it. I mean, God helped me through the process, but I can see how if these people gone their entire lives without eating that, and then all of a sudden, and it's on Ramadan, like, these people really know how to mess with people. Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
that's their religious holiday. They fast.
I mean, not to jump into other issues, but the Israelis routinely would fuck with the Palestinians every Ramadan to try to break their spirits, because that was the highest. And we would get alerts, like, because in certain regions of the world in Ramadan, people start getting real jihadi. So depending on where you were during Ramadan, dudes got really, if there was a Christian minority, we'd have to go get people out, all types of shit. Because, like, during Ramadan, they were all up in this religious fervor. But over on the Israel-Palestine side.
When is Ramadan?
It's, we just got done. We just got done Ramadan like a month and a half ago.
I wasn't sure if that would, like...
Did you see? I was listening to Sheikh Omar Suleiman the whole time. He was explaining about all these Ramadan reflections. I love Ramadan because, I wish Christianity had something like that, to be honest with you. Like an entire month where you're just, like, completely focused. Like, the entire month is completely focused. They go through the entire Quran, the whole 9 yards. But it also... in certain regions of the world, people start getting dudes who are, like, on the line as far as being able to convince people for whatever, like, that'll push them over the line. And so there was a lot of, like,
participating. Well,
there's a lot of recruiting in the Arab Spring during Ramadan, because that's when, like, all of your garden variety kind of Sunday Christian Muslims, they become serious. See what I'm saying? So that's when you catch them. That's when you can look what this guy's doing. I shot, blah 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 blah, and then you off you go. But this song right here, man, like, this is a dude. Yeah, I get Lent. Lent is okay. Lent is good. I just don't think Lent is as focused and as unifying in the Christian sphere than Ramadan is, like, globally for Sunni Muslims at least. But yeah, Lent is.
Yeah, and
Lent
the
is
other
decent.
thing too is from what I saw practiced with Lent, it was more of like a personal thing, and you would just like skip whatever you were going to do on like Friday or something like that. But it sounds like in Islam that when they do Ramadan, like they fast throughout the day, and then it seems like they feast together in the evening.
Well, I mean, the practical aspect of it throughout the Muslim world is there's a lot of sleeping during the day.
Yeah,
And that's how they deal with not having the food. I'm like, I don't think that's what the prophet intended.
no, I don't
that
think so
you
either.
during Ramadan that you would sleep all year.
No, I was pointing that out to say like because you were saying that there's a different you would like something like that in Christianity, and somebody brought up Lent, and I was talking about it seems like there's like the communal aspect of the feasting at the end of like on sundown because everybody's in the same situation. But, I mean, do they get together when they do that, or do they just do that separately with their families? But their families are bigger, so
Yeah. But this song right here, my Lord is a swine. And I knelt to the swine. The swine was repelled by my presence, and it wept. Oh, it wept. So he's saying Allah is swine.
But he's saying that his God is?
Well, yeah, because I'm assuming he was raised Muslim.
Okay.
But he could be a Christian. Because, there's a Christian, pretty significant Christian contingency in Lebanon. Why don't you build me a temple for the swine? And we built for him a temple, and we were like fucking swine too. We were fucking like swine do. Oh, we built for him a temple as we were fucking like swine. Oh my god. Which, a lot of the rituals in a lot of the pagan temples, especially in the ancient Near East, were just basically sex cults, right? Like the Canaanite deities, it was basically a sex cult, etc., etc. I don't know the correlation here. The Kaaba was built according to Islamic theology by Abraham and Ishmael.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There's not really like a sexual connotation other than, the pagan Arabs at the time had corrupted the Kaaba and Muhammad had to go and cleanse it, right? So, my Lord is a swine and I welt to the swine. Do you like the temple? Oh, your majesty, the swine. Oh my, what a temple, a paradise for the swine. Oh my, what a temple, a kingdom for the roaches. He is swine-like, effeminate and an effeminizer.
See, effeminate. And then they put that woman on that
My
cross.
God is a swine.
I don't understand the point, to be honest with you, of this song.
Well, I think it's a repudiation of Islam. Lebanon is kind of like a secularized kind of environment. Like you definitely see a lot of Muslim markers and things of that nature. But, Hezbollah is based in Lebanon. But for the most part, it's kind of secular-y a little bit. Like you can go there and have fun and, whatever. So obviously this dude, if he's criticizing Islam and he was born and raised in Lebanon, he's probably criticizing the forms of Islam that he feels are, extremist or whatever. Especially, I don't know what year this song came out. Like, because if this song came out, like, around 2014, 2017. Let me see. What's the name of the band? Ayat? What are you thinking? Like, you look like something. What's going on with you?
I don't understand, like... I feel like I'm in a different place today than I was the last time we did a review. So I'm reading this song and it seems, I don't understand the point of it. It seems extremely juvenile. And so I'm trying to understand, like, where's this guy coming from?
Well,
like, is he coming from a point of frustration? Is he coming from a point of pain? It's gross, some of the things that he said.
This came out in 2008.
2008.
Well, remember, you're saying that as a Western
I
person,
got
this would
married.
get his head chopped off in a lot of places. Saudi Arabia, 100% you're getting your head chopped
He's
off.
putting this, but wherever he is.
He's in Lebanon.
Okay, so
he doesn't, like I said, Lebanon is kind of secular-y.
Yeah.
Kind of secular-y. So it's still risky to do, but it's not like they would not publish a song in Saudi Arabia. They wouldn't publish it any sort of environment where there's like a real Islamic.
So is he fighting back
Sharia.
somebody by saying this stuff? Like,
Well, yeah, he's doing what Christians do. Like, you're raised in a Christian environment, whatever, you feel it's an oppressive thing, so you're going to say the most blasphemous thing you possibly can. He's just doing the same thing. The
well, do you
pig
think
is the
it's
nastiest
interesting that
thing
he
in an
says
Islamic.
my God is a swine? Like, is he still saying it's his God?
Well, remember, to us as Christians, you have to make a personal commitment to God for you to be in covenant with God. But for them, you're a Muslim. You are. That's why American Muslims or Western Muslims, when they talk about conversion, they don't talk about conversion. They talk about reversion. Because in Islamic theology, your natural fitra, your natural disposition, is to be a Muslim. And so your parents or your society corrupts you away from monotheism. So when you get enlightened and accept Islam on the Western side, they call it reversion, going back to who you actually were. So he could say, my God, but he doesn't mean it in the Christian sense, as in he's committed himself to covenant faithfulness to this particular God.
So he's criticizing his own religion.
Yeah, well, again, I don't know if it's his religion in the Christian sense, or
no, but it's his
in the cultural sense. Right. It was what was imposed on him.
Yeah, okay.
For sure. Obviously, if he was in Syria, not only his whole damn family would be killed. I know that for a fact. Those boys in ISIS killed a little 9-year-old boy in the street. He made some joke about Muhammad. He wasn't even talking about Rasulullah. He was talking about his friend Muhammad, literally. And they beheaded the kid inside the street. So these guys are takfiri. They're something completely different from like Muslims or Islam or whatever, like ISIS. It's something. It's really an apocalyptic death cult. It's not the same thing as Islam, but that's a different story.
That's
but
awful.
I could see how if you were raised in an Islamic environment and you're a secular millennial, you're going to look at Islam as this oppressive, horrible. You know, there's certain aspects of Islam that are impossible to marry to a Western mindset. And like one of those things is freedom. Like the Islamic definition of freedom and a Western secular definition of freedom are almost at certain points diametrically opposed to each other. And I've got a very good friend, and God bless her, but like she's a modern Western feminist. And I said, sis, there's no way to harmonize this with Islam. Like it's literally impossible. Like impossible. You know, and all you have to do is plant an Islamic country and then let it germinate, and you'll see you're not gonna emerge. There's not gonna emerge a bunch of feminists, whatever. There was no, you know, in the New Testament, Paul had to manage how women were participating in the life of the church because they were taken over. Because it was the first time they were able to actually speak and learn and things like that. And they were able to prophesy, and their prophecy was taken seriously. And women were also allowed to weigh prophecy in the church. Paul says, just don't do it with your husband. That's awkward.
Yeah.
Right? So like,
that would be interesting, correlating that with the stuff that you were saying.
Yeah, there's no way Islamically to marry that. And I'm not saying it's good or bad because, you know, any dad will tell you they'd rather their daughter in a hijab than in a Playboy. Any dad will tell you that. And if a dad denies that, he's a fucking liar, or he shouldn't be. You should probably call child services because something weird's probably happening. But any dad would rather have their daughter in a hijab than on a Playboy. But obviously, that's a spectrum, and it doesn't have to be the either-or fallacy. Yeah. I just think if you grew up especially in a place like Lebanon that's kind of secular-y and kind of diverse as far as religion and opinion, I could see how it would germinate some sort of like, I hate my upbringing, I hate, you know, the God that it represents. And it's very interesting at the end, it talks about that his God is swine-like, effeminate, and an effeminizer.
Yeah.
Because that's the other major issue is obviously there's no way to be LGBT in Islamic either. I mean, Muhammad and Sahih al-Bukhari said throw them off the highest point of a building or a cliff. But do not punish them with Allah's punishment. That's fire. So there's just no way.
Why would he say that?
Well, you can't punish with Allah's punishment because Allah is the one that's going to burn people.
Oh.
So Muhammad did not like executing people by lighting them on fire. He didn't like that. So he'd say, do not punish with Allah's punishment. In Muhammad's mind, the most humane thing to do is take him from a high place and chuck him down. Halal lut is what they're called. So It's Archero. It's wow, Vince, slut shaming and sex negativity. Yeah, I guess it's sex negativity that I don't want my daughters objectified by disgusting men who want to dehumanize her and things of that nature. And Ian's being sarcastic, guys, so he knows. I agree. Like, I understand where he's coming from. I am able to see the beauty in Islam because I was not raised in the religion. And so, like, my interfacing with Islam was really started at 9/11. So for me, obviously for, reasons, I had to study Islam. I particularly had to listen to pretty much everything Al-Liki had to say. Because there was a concern that he was going to be the prototype of somebody that was going to be replicated by 20 across the country, which would have been a serious disaster for us. Anwar al-Awlaki is an American-born New Mexican. He got radicalized. There's debates about how he got radicalized, whatever, but he got radicalized. And the shoe bomber, the African kid that dudes tackled, around Christmas time, around 2008, this shoe bomber was about to blow up a plane in midair, and a bunch of dudes tackled him to the ground, all type of shit. So there was concern that a guy like Al-Liki was going to be replicated because it was extremely dangerous. He's American. He was born American, so he knew American cultures and subtleties. But at the same time, he was an Islamic scholar in the sense of he was extremely familiar with Arabic and Sirah literature, and he was a great rhetorician. He knew how to use the suffering of Muslim people to galvanize people. And so you had to really study dude because there was a real fear. Like, he was actually in some groups ranked higher of a higher threat than bin Laden.
Really?
100%. So because of his ability to recruit Western Muslims. This was a black dude. Black dude from, I think, Chicago or something.
You're kidding me.
That was about to blow up the thing. Yeah, and remember, Minnesota is a big hotbed of Minnesota, like dudes I used to play basketball with end up on the list. I'm like, what the?
Are you serious?
I mean, I could Google show you right now.
Wow, dude. Okay.
Yeah, so like, as a woman, Islam is is the worst religion one can be born in. Well, I just heard about this sati ritual in Hinduism, where if your husband dies, a woman gets set on fire to go join him in the afterlife. I will say, though, that Aisha herself, after an incident where a woman was beaten black and blue by her husband, she went up to Muhammad and said, "Ya Rasulullah, I have not seen a woman suffer more than the believing women."
Yeah.
So she's saying, out of her own mouth, Muslim women suffer more than any other woman. So when Amy says, as a woman, Islam is the worst religion one can be in, on the one hand, I could say, well, that Hindu practice is pretty fucked up. But on the other hand, it came out of the mouth of Aisha herself.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I did this in Middle America. Like, we shot the video, I showed the clips. I mean, it is what it is.
And I don't think that, like, I think that a horrible practice at the end of the person's life has a different terror to it than the day in, day out of abuse is allowed. All this, there's a lot.
I agree. I mean, I agree. But I can see from this guy a certain kind of antipathy toward Islam, and then specifically how Islam deals with the LGBT community, which I love Omar Suleiman, but there's no way. Like, it's like they're in the Old Testament. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's no New Testament in the Quran that says, listen, all of you deserve to die, and certain things are given the death penalty, like adult. There was a lot more death penalty attached to heterosexual issues in the Old Testament than homosexual issues. But regardless, the point of that is to say, look, God takes sin seriously. The result is death. But now Jesus has come, and God wants to show that mercy triumphs over judgment. So give people time to repent. Therefore, do not kill them. There is nothing like that in the Quran. So there's no way to, quote, modernize it or westernize it or Christianize it. What people are calling modern Western or whatever are just the logical ramifications of Christianity in a society. What's the logical ramification of the story of the Good Samaritan? let's build a hospital. Healthcare is a logical ramification of the Good Samaritan on a societal level. So a lot of the infrastructure that we have in the West,
Medicare for all could be included in that.
of course, but what happened is the capitalists have gotten to us before the Christians did. Before that, the Christians got to the before the capitalists, because the capitalists were there, they would have said, you can come to this hospital if you pay a small fee. See what I'm saying? And so, like, the concept that people shouldn't be on the street, the concept that you have a moral responsibility to your fellow man is not something that's native to human nature. You need a lot of philosophy to get there. So, like, I don't want to, like, slam on Islam, but I also have seen in my own life that when I love somebody, I'm not necessarily the most objective. I love Muhammad. I love what he did in the Arab Peninsula. I love Salahuddin. But yeah, man, like there's some definite real issues. Issues with Islam for sure. And then to Dwayne's point, try being born indigenous in a Christian world, right? Which is their experience over there. So,
shoot, I don't know.
Well, he's native, and the relationship between, quote, Christianity and the indigenous people, especially in the Americas, has the whole concept of the colonialist,
and the way that we treated them when we came.
The colonialist who's trying to civilize the savage, right? So the colonialist he's got thousands of gallons of blood on his hands. He's gonna say that this indigenous person is a savage. And you see it with the missionaries, right? When the dudes start dressing like the colonialists, now they're saying that the gospel has... So this conflation of the gospel of Jesus Christ with Anglo-Saxon cultural heritage is, I think, what Dwayne is talking about.
I see, yeah.
There has been good sociological research that German and Scandinavian welfare systems were directly influenced by Lutheran social teaching. Correct. And I agree with that. Islam to me is an apocalyptic death cult. It's just not true. It's not true. The Sharia would not be as involved as it is if Islam was a death cult. That's why if you look at ISIS, they had a lot of scholars, but the vast majority of their scholars were there to justify atrocities that even Muhammad said shouldn't be done. So, for example, one of the ways that you were supposed to identify the Kharaj, which were a bad group of Islamic extremists that Muhammad and the first Muslim called heretics, was that they strike from the back of the front of the neck, not the back. And so usually when you're chopping somebody's head off, they lean and you strike them from the back because you're trying to do it the most humane way possible. This way is extremely brutal. So that was one of the ways.
It's more brutal.
So your head is this way, and I'm doing this.
It's the sawing, or it's that it's coming from the front? Because I
the
actually
sawing,
would have thought that going from the back would have been worse.
One slide, and you're done. Your head rolls, it's over with. It's like a guillotine. The other way is the ISIS way.
That's crazy. Oh my God.
I knew a dude who they were doing an interdiction on a boat, and his buddy was in a situation where, getting his weapon or what, it would take too long. So he took out his knife and he everybody was congratulating him because it was like,
he did what had
you don't use a knife. I mean, use a knife in use a knife in a gunfight. That's ridiculous. Yeah. And so he got celebrated for it because it was like the only guy on the team that had a confirmed kill with a knife, a confirmed kill. But you see what I'm saying? Like, dude was dead. Shoot. He was leaking. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But like, he didn't like it. Yeah. He's like, yeah, I had to do. He's like, yeah, I had to do. Yeah, But it was like, I'll probably never do that again. Which practically, that's just not a good thing. It was just an instinct thing, and he did the right thing because the dude was absolutely. He had the drop on him. He had his Kalesh. He was going to pull it up, and he just. But my point is, like, people like groups like ISIS and things like that had been identified by Muhammad and the first Muslims as heretics and whatever, and they had already pronounced takfiri on them. But long story. The point is that, like, I think he's criticizing Islam. I think he's the dietary stuff I think is like indicative of like there are other major things going on in the world. Why are we focusing on this thing? And then like how you treat LGBT people. I like the song as far as like the sonic aspect of it. It was really good sonically. Subject matter wise, I liked it too. I agree, like a first wave-ish type black metal, but to me it was a little bit better produced than like Frozen Moon or whatever that song was. Shout out to Varg. I ain't mad at you, bro.
Oh, no.
Keep them separated, Varg.
Yeah, I was not really feeling this song. There was one section, like probably like 3/4 of the way through or just before that, where like the way that the music was going, I was like starting to vibe with it, but there was just so many elements to this song that I just didn't appreciate. And I didn't enjoy it. And I thought it was funny because there was somebody, I don't remember who, somebody in the comment section was like, yeah, I'm not really feeling black metal at this point. I'm feeling more of the melodic stuff. Probably I'm kind of in the same phase myself. But yeah, this one didn't move me in any ways, and
Really?
No, it didn't. And then obviously, like, you know, sonically, it was pretty weird, especially in the end when you heard like the squealing pigs, because I'm like, where did they get that sound? Like, to me, like, I think that human beings should be protected and that people shouldn't be cruel to other human beings, but I also don't think we should be cruel to animals. So I don't know where that squealing pig sound came. To me, it reminded me of like one of those slaughterhouses. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
So there was just a lot of elements, I guess, that I wasn't really feeling this song. This one's a 2 for me.
This is a 8.8.
I just think it's kind of ballsy though, right, for them to make a song like this being so close to certain borders, or I mean
I think the militants are a little bit busy right now.
Yep. But still, when you want that, like.
But yeah, I mean, it's definitely a brave thing to do.
I don't want to have to look over my shoulder in my life, but if I have to, I want it to be over something really monumental. Maybe this is really monumental to them. Maybe for them, like, this is a real fight back song that they needed to get out there. I don't know.
Yeah, and maybe they're ready to get busy. Maybe they're tired of the shit and they're ready to get busy. Who knows? But,
yeah.
I mean, you better, if you want that smoke, bro. I don't want that smoke.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah,
Not at all.
At all.
At
Okay, that's a 2 for me. What are you giving it?
They say after his hijrah to Medina, Muhammad's attitudes towards Christians and Jews changed. How come? Muhammad's attitude towards Christians changed really gradually, almost in a way that you can't even see. Muhammad's attitude towards al-Yahud, the Jews, changed subtly, but much more quickly and obviously, especially after the incident at Khaybar. The Jews at the time were dispersed within the Arab Peninsula, according to the Islamic sources. As you know, we talk about the Ansar, the Aus and the Khazraj. Well, the Aus and the Khazraj had Jews with them. But remember, the Jews, according to the Muslims, had told these pre-Muslim people, there is a prophet coming, and when he comes, he's going to be on our side, and then we're going to dominate the world.
Right.
Now, if they were told that, that's the Jews talking about their Messiah. But in Islam, prophet is the highest office in the world after God. And so that narrative got changed into there's a prophet coming. And then Muhammad shows up, so the Aus and the Khazraj go, oh, that's him. So then they take Muhammad back to Medina. And now what's happening is Muhammad is claiming he's the guy. Because Deuteronomy 18 calls the Messiah the prophet. So Muhammad doesn't have this background. Muhammad doesn't understand that the Messiah and the prophet in Deuteronomy 18 are the same person. You can even see this in the Gospel of John. They said, are you the Messiah? He says, no. Then he says, are you the prophet?
Yeah.
He says, are you the prophet? When he says the prophet, they're talking about Deuteronomy 18.
Oh.
But Peter applies that prophecy to Christ in the book of Acts when he's preaching the gospel. See what I'm saying? So Jesus is the prophet from our standpoint. But anyway, the long story short is the Jews are looking for the Messiah. the Muslims show up with Muhammad and declare Muhammad to be the guy that everybody's looking for. So now the Jews who are outnumbered in this Arab peninsula have a decision to make. Well, there was one Jew named Abdullah. He decided he was going to roll with the Muslims. So as soon as Muhammad showed up, he said, Ya Rasulullah. But the other Jews were like, man, fuck this, but we're not with you. We're not with this guy. And initially, Muhammad didn't have any numbers. So he said, look, you guys can have your own Sharia, you have your own book, and that's why it says, let the people of the book decide among themselves, yada, yada, yada.
Oh.
That's why. And so they eventually made a agreement with the Jews, like, hey, we'll back you up if somebody tries to attack you. And if you owe anybody blood money, we'll give you the blood money. And vice versa. Okay, so then one of Muhammad's boys goes and kills somebody. And he killed him unjustly. So Muhammad goes to the Jews and says, hey, we got to get this blood money, otherwise these guys are going to come after us, right? So the Jews go, all right, cool, stay right here, we'll be back with the money.
Why would the Jews make that sort of pact?
Because they're outnumbered.
He was small too. He was a pretty small crew.
Yeah, but he was the king of Medina, and they lived in Medina, and they were a minority.
I see.
So, and the other thing is, you have these two warring factions.
And
Just
he already
imagine
had those two crews.
the Palestinians and the Israelis who are at each other's throat right now. Imagine if there was one guy that brought them together.
Yeah, forget about it.
And then said, this guy's our leader.
Yeah.
Man, you better.
Yeah.
La ilaha illallah. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the Jews around the area were like, yo, we'll enter into an alliance with you. You know, we'll pay off blood money and we'll donate weapons and arms if people fuck with you and vice versa. Muhammad said, cool, you guys have your own Sharia, whatever. Okay, this is the Islamic story now. So anyway, Muhammad goes to collect this blood money in Khaybar. And the leader of Khaybar says, yeah, stay right there at the wall. Because the Jews are known for having these fortified places. So they're at the top of this wall looking down Muhammad. So they say, wait right here. So they go to collect the money. Jibril, the angel Jibril, shows up to Muhammad and says, Ya Rasulullah, they're not going to come back with money. They're going to kill you. So Muhammad gets up.
True? Who can say?
It's in Bukhari. I don't know. Muhammad leaves and then comes back with a bunch of his friends and sends Ali in there and massacres 500 to 800 Jews. Just beheaded them. Bang, 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 bang. 500 to 800. 500 is a low estimate. Bukhari's got 800, I think. So he just beheaded like all these guys for not giving the blood money on the word of Jibril. Well, obviously after that, it was over with. It was over with. There was another battle called the Battle of Khandak, which was basically a confederation of all the Arab states in the area. And the Jews took side with the Khandakians over Muhammad, and so that was the end of them in the Arab Peninsula. It was over with. Okay, so there you go. Commercial break. There's your little Islamic education. We shall return. Shout out to Muhammad. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Gone. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at Vin&Sori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin&Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch, indeed. A child shall lead them. Shout out to my brother or sister, I think sister, Johanna Dahl, who said, yes, I feel good being an atheist. No need to behead others. Well, I'm sorry, my friend, but go look up For Secularization, Why an Atheist Monopoly Failed, and you can read about the League of the Militant Godless over there in Russia, and how many thousands and thousands and thousands of people were massacred by the secular atheists. I was just watching Cenk debate Vivek Ramaswamy. I'll tell you what, that kid,
is it good?
He fucks everybody up.
He does?
They look so bad. I'll show you later. I was like, oh my God.
So he's still in play.
Oh my God, he's massacred. I'm telling you, if he's any ticket he's on, I'm voting for.
Yeah. Everything I've heard so far, I'm like, yeah, I like that guy.
But let's not confuse this. Murder is inherent to human nature. We don't need religion or atheism to become murderers. If you look at the narrative from the secular side, the way Homo sapiens got dominance over this planet was literally rape and murder. Literally. That's the story from the biologists. That's the story the biologist tells us. That's how that and our ability to organize in groups higher than 25 or something like that. So
in our massacring of babies in this nation is not bolstered by any religion.
Well,
I mean,
it is bolstered by a certain philosophy, because it's certainly not being bolstered by science. But okay,
right.
I'm not going to hijack your thingamajiggy. Song number 2.
Let's
Song
go.
number 2.
Poor Neil. You know what this is, Neil.
The Gates of Slumber. Children of Satan. Jeez. This
Neil,
is
what kind of month have you been having? This is his Thanksgiving stream.
This is his
What the fuck?
It's a fucking Thanksgiving stream, Neil.
What's happening? Okay, scroll down. Let's see if he has anything to say to us.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure Neil finessed you.
I don't know. I don't know. Okay.
I'm certain Neil finessed you with
He
the
may
7th
have.
song.
Not. I don't know.
Look, if we're going to give it, they're going to take it, and I'm not mad at Neil for that. This is like the second time in a row he's been able to jam you up like that.
I don't know. I don't. Maybe not.
I'm
Gates of Slumber.
I'm sure he finessed you for them.
The Gates of Slumber.
Because look. You think that is enough for 7?
I don't know.
It's not.
Do the division.
I'm not mad, though. I'm not mad. We should have been paying attention. All right, guys.
All right, the Gates of Slumber.
Gates of Slumber are an American doom heavy metal band. This song lyrically is a bit of a departure for the band, as they generally sing about fictional events. Things like Conan the Barbarian, King Arthur, Lovecraftian monsters. This song is influenced by actual events that happened in Sudan. I had people in Darfur. The first video I've linked does have some difficult image to look at. It's basically a sideshow, so I provided a second link that is just a song with no external influence by the creator of the video. Also, liner notes for this song that go into a bit further detail, mainly that it was the bassist who wrote most of the lyrics for this song, which is a rarity on this album, and the liner notes express frustration and anger at the lack of coverage of the events taking place there. Okay, yeah. The Gates of Slumber. Oh, look, the Sands of Darfur.
Yeah.
That's where all that shit was happening. That shit was fucked up. That's Islamic persecution. These guys. You know, when people were talking about, that's where they were posted up in Darfur.
Oh, really?
Then they had to go to, I think it was Chad. Yeah, they had to go.
I remember he was telling me that.
They had to go to Chad because, XYZ.
Did they make it out all right, or?
Oh yeah, they're still good.
Good.
They're good. They're
You
okay, so the people I'm talking about are not any military intelligence people. They're Christians.
Yeah.
And they were in the middle of the shit over there. I was actually like gonna go with them on their team.
Yeah.
And then that situation happened with Homegirl, so I went the other way. But that all happened at the same time there. Right? So when I went the other way, I got shipped out to that place.
Holy shit.
2 months later, I was gone.
Holy shit.
See what I'm saying? So
Wow, dude.
I was gonna do something. See what I mean?
Yep.
So
Yeah, I'm noticing that you're like that.
yeah. So this is gonna be a particularly interesting song for me because I got people over there. Yeah, we should have told Sadie to show up. Where you at, Sadie?
Messenger. Come through.
We did a post.
Come through, witch.
I posted. You know that one with you with the witch thing? With the witch magazine in the
Oh,
Walmart?
yeah.
That's like the most popular post in like 4 weeks on
really?
on that page. Yeah. It's early. She's still cooking little.
Oh no!
She's still cooking little children.
All right, you guys. Song number 2. Let's check it out.
It's Sori in camo. I can't see her. Yeah.
I'm not here.
Look, I'm gonna have like a real one of these days of like Sori going off on people, like beef, like real street shit, like setting it on people, like fighting, that type of, like, that's literally the little sweetie old over here.
What, babe? I didn't put hands on anybody.
She's always. I cannot
ready
believe.
for it when
I
it
just
happens.
could not believe, like, yo, she really wants to
fast.
box this broad, like, fast.
Yeah. Yeah. It's probably a problem.
When I saw Shorty was scared of you, I was like, all right, cool. Because I wasn't going to let it happen. But then she put her hands on that woman. And when she put her hands on that woman, I said, yeah, go fuck her up. But like before she did that, I would have stopped you. Because I'd known you would have wrecked. I known you was going to wreck Shorty. I was like, she doesn't deserve that because that's 10 years of XYZ. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But then she put hands on that person.
Right.
And you're lucky. You're lucky. All right.
Seriously, you are lucky. Because if you hadn't have said stop.
Listen.
Although, to be honest with you, I wasn't going to go in.
Young lady, if you ever doubt that God loves you.
Yeah, right. I wasn't going to go in, but if she took one toward me, but I went like right face to face because I thought that would make possibly.
Yeah, because she was talking all that gangster shit.
That was the thing. It was when you put hands on the other person.
You talking all that gangster shit.
I'm like, okay.
And I appreciate Iommi style guitar solos. Are you talking about my guitar solo, Neil?
Yeah, that's right.
Are you talking about my guitar solo? Are you comparing my little effort to the great Tony Iommi? He's not doing that shit in any way, shape, or form. You guys can tell we haven't been here for quite some time.
I'm Vin's bodyguard.
Sori's actually Vince. Sarai is actually Vin's bodyguard. All right, guys, here we go. Here's the name of the song. The name of the song is
XDM. I was actually thinking about joining it. You know, we've got a couple things that we have to get.
Joining what?
Jiu-jitsu or something. Like there's got to be like, you know, when she's a little girl. But I actually want to be like in my own weight class. I think that would be fun. So that you could, you know, not have to feel like you have to protect people while you're trying to exert your full strength. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Anyway.
All right, guys. Well, there you go. Now you know your sister a lot more close. This is from the Conquer album in 2008, which is Children of Satan.
You know, if you make that thing big. I'm sure you know all about that.
I've been doing this for years.
Oh, and there's...
What you could do is talk to the people, tell them to get ready to listen to some nice black
It's
metal.
true. It's true, ladies and gentlemen. Dwayne wrote Vin's solo.
He did. Look at Neil. Neil goes, sure, Vin. Where, little Negro? Go, you did great on that guitar.
Oh, no, it was good. It was good. I can't see BJJ without feeling like laughing.
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? All right, guys, here we go.
Remember, what's-his-face was saying that's what women should do when they're in a situation. Didn't he say, like, they should bring up some BJJ or something? And it's like, but all the experts say, like, if you're in a bad situation, don't try to beat the
dude in the nuts.
I'll tell you what, whenever you and I wrestle and you're, like, so much stronger than I am, and I can see that you're just, like, giving me, like, a little drop in your bucket of strength, and then you say to me, I would never fight that guy. I would just, whatever.
Shoot him.
Okay, I wasn't going to say
Mike Tyson?
Yeah. He's like... So when you say stuff like that, I'm like, whoa. Like, there is such a strength difference between men and women. It's not even like...
Oh, yeah, and Mike Tyson, I mean.
Well, I'm saying, because looking at you, like, you're so much stronger. And then to think that you're saying there's guys even stronger than you, it's just like they're the gap. The gap.
Would you believe there
are women that are weaker than me? So I'm like, that's really sad.
Now, if peak Mike Tyson came after me, it would just be schoon. We're not doing that.
We're not doing that.
He said, my defense is impenetrable. That's what he used to say. Shout out to Mike Tyson, gang shit.
All right, you guys, let's check out Children of Satan. That's talking about you guys, not us.
Yeah, we've been redeemed.
We've been
you
redeemed.
Filthy pagans. Gates of Slumber, here we go.
Dwayne.
Here we go. I think we're back.
Sorry, guys. Look at it. Help with like so many exclamation points.
Vin,
You
your exposition
moron!
is lost. What are your guys' bets on how long this will last? What I was saying though is that shout out to all the secular atheists.
Shoot, so they didn't hear any of that about the missionaries?
Friends of mine who wax eloquent on the horrors of Christianity and the terrors of Christianity. People who are saying this from the safety of the West,
Right.
the Christian West.
Right.
I love how, and look, I'm being kind of tongue in cheek, but this idea that we would all just be great were it not for religion. The scientists don't tell us that. The scientists tell us that the way that the Homo sapien became dominant over our previous common ancestor was sexual assault and killing. So murder, taking people's shit, that's human nature.
That's par for the course.
What's not par for the course, though, is what I personally know.
Yeah.
I personally know people. 2 lily white people in Texas, as much as I could say, who specifically flew over there in Khartoum, in Darfur. As a matter of fact, every time you see that email, it comes in with that Khartoum encryption. That's them. That's on that other email that
I actually haven't seen that.
Yeah, I'll show it to you later. And these people, born and raised Americans, got up in a plane and moved over there.
They had kids before they went, and they had kids
They
over
had
there?
one daughter before they went over there, and then they had 4 more daughters in the Sudan. And then when the jihad picked up again, they had to go to Chad, because Chad and Sudan are like Lewis and Norbert. So they had to flee to Chad. And then when it calmed down, they went right back.
That's a lot of kids to have to rush with. Holy moly.
It is incredible what these people are doing. And
I do think that it was important you said that his wife is very beautiful, and
she's a very beautiful woman.
That's a lot more risk over there
in a very terrible environment.
Yeah, and they're having daughters.
And he does not know how to handle himself in those situations. And as I said, like, I was pretty close to joining that team, and then whatever, qadr of Allah, things happened, and I went in another direction. Which you guys, if you're an OG, you could probably, whatever. But like, the point is, those are some of the bravest, most virtuous people on the planet. I've done some crazy shit. Me and Amy have had like sideline conversations, but I've never gone into a situation completely, like, any situation I've been in, I've always felt safe, because in my view, I was around the best people on the planet ever produced at what they were doing. They're in there completely exposed. And if they die, somebody from one of those teams ended up dying in Libya. And all you hear on the news is that an exchange teacher died in Libya. Okay, that guy he was in the crew.
Wow.
But their team went to Libya.
Okay.
So my point is, there's a lot of real ignorance from young secularists about what is actually happening relative to Christianity, Christian history. Like, it's cool, you're in a secular environment, so you're going to hear all the bad things, which I'll just say are the human things. Ask the Neanderthals which religion fucked them up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You could say that if you'd like, but as I said, I didn't see any secularists over there. Mm-hmm. Amnesty International, blah, blah, blah. You come as a group, you're relatively safe. I'm talking about, I didn't see any secularists that say, I'm going to literally give my life away to these people.
With my family.
I'm going to have a bunch of girls. I mean, you got a bunch of girls. Like, if it was me, honestly, like, after I had all them girls, after we did 10 years, they've been there for damn near 15 years now.
Wow.
After I had like my 4th or 5th girl, I'm like, yo, we out of here, bro.
Yeah.
We out of here. Because these people don't have lines. I'm going to explain it to y'all in a second. Like, I'd be out of there.
Wow.
So, it's a brutal situation. It's a brutal situation over there. And I'm actually blown away that somebody actually talked about it. Like, that's the thing that's crazy to me. That these dudes, these European descended looking dudes even said anything about this. And yeah, they're angry. They're talking about like 400,000 dead. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, they're angry. But as a black person, I'm like, well, yeah, you're brown and black, man. These people don't care about that shit.
That was the thing. Like, even in the visuals, like, when there's something violent, I turn away from it. I don't want to normalize that in my own like mind. And if I'm ever face to face with something, like, I want to have the appropriate response that hasn't been desensitized from everything that I've seen online. So I don't look at stuff like that. But there was some that just kind of like popped up, and like it was shocking to see like brown people, like they're just laying out there in the ground, when if in America, if somebody gets hit, like, you're gonna put a sheet over it, you're gonna like, they put up that little friggin' tent around it, like all kinds of things, so we like kind of protect ourselves from seeing like what the horror of what's going on. But then it was like, wait, it's out there, like the person is out there and their body is decomposing, like to the point where their face has now turned into a skeleton. Like, this is so crazy that this is happening in places, and there's not the same care and concern given to every human being on the face of the planet. But it's, yeah, I don't know, dude. That was pretty messed up to see that. I looked away after I saw a couple of them because it was just, wow.
Yeah, like, you know, a person like me.
Is there like a litter box they're trying to get to here?
A person like me, like, it's a very, and I get it. A lot of it is, you know, just, look, you're born in your culture, and a fish doesn't know it's wet. So there's a lot of well-meaning liberals when it comes to racism. But they have a very narrow understanding of racism. So they don't see the Ukraine stuff, where the entire country starts flying these Ukrainian flags and shit. They don't see the implications for other groups of people who are like, well, wait a second.
Yeah.
So we really don't fucking matter then. We really must not fucking matter. Because all of a sudden, and you heard it in the media, these are not like people in Yemen. These are people with blonde hair and blue eyes. They explicitly stated that.
Yeah.
So it's like, this is just the norm. This is the environment you swim in.
Yeah.
And so when I would criticize that and say, right, so we're going to do this. We don't give a fuck about them brown Yemeni children. We don't give a, by the way, our community actually did something about the starvation in Yemen. But
right. So if you've ever been,
I didn't even bring up Sudan, because those people are so black that your neo-lib, your average white neo-lib has no fucking clue what you're talking about. So like, this is one of those situations where like, I was so dismissive of Trump's quote racism.
Yeah. Because
I know shit like this is going on.
Yeah.
And I know. And the other thing is you can't get away with it after you listen to our state, because I've talked about, we bombed the shit out of people in Afghanistan. Yeah. I've talked about Yemen. I was talking about Chad and Niger.
Right.
I have obvious reasons for talking about Chad and Niger, which you guys know now. But I've talked about all this shit. Nobody cared.
Yeah.
But then
Obama
as soon as it started, as soon as it's blonde hair, blue eyed people, now the entire world has to, you know, whatever. We got to send these people hundreds of billions of dollars, and let's ignore all the Nazi shit. Look, man, for people of color who are world citizens, like, there's no way to look at it and say, man, there's no difference. That's why I said there's no difference in my mind between Donald Trump and your average neoliberal or progressive. They don't give a fuck. They just don't care. So I see something like this, I'm like, holy shit, this is incredible. Like, damn.
Are you talking the lyrics or are you talking the visuals?
Well, the fact that this band would put themselves out there, talk about 400,000 dead. This isn't an official video, but somebody took up the cause and put the slideshow together and say, this is what's going on. But you got to understand, like, if you're sitting there as a black person, you know this shit is happening. And then you see all the shit happening with Ukraine and people so self-righteously saying, if you don't support this, you're blah, 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 blah. It's like, all right.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
So that's one of the reasons why, like, the racism stuff doesn't work with black people anymore. Like, you see, I mean, they're all talking about this. They're talking about, like, yo, Biden, like, he's losing black voters like a sieve. Like, you know, black people starting to realize, like, I would much rather deal with somebody that would say, okay, what do you niggers want? I'd much rather that, because now I can negotiate and get what I want. I don't need the president to like me or respect me. I just need him to pass policies that's going to help me be rich. That's all I care about.
And free.
Well, you can't be rich if you ain't free.
Right.
So just get out of my way. Let me make myself rich. Let me take advantage of this capitalism and enrich myself so we can take care of our people. But yeah, it's tough.
Yeah.
I really, like, personally appreciate this band.
Yeah, and bring some.
Thank you.
Yeah.
At least somebody cares about those people. And like I said, I have people over there, and those people are literally willing to give their lives to these people. And I was not worthy to be on that team, and so I had to go in a different direction. You know, I went to a group of people that I was worthy of being around, and I think those are the right decisions. But yeah, it's crazy. Like I said, like, this is the first time I've even talked about what happened over there in Darfur, just because. And I'm not angry at. I just think all of us are born weak, and all of us are born in the society we're in. And unless you've been on a plane and outside of America, like, you have no idea how the rest of the world functions, especially if you were raised in a pre 9/11 America. Mm-hmm. Now, I will say, short story long.
Okay.
The treatment, when they talk about rape, murder, Allah, unfortunately, this is authentically Islamic. The term is called dhimmi, D-H-I-M-M-I, dhimmi. And a dhimmi is a conquered people, but it's a specific kind of conquered person. It's the people of the book. That would be Jews, Christians, and Zoroastrians. And so what happens is you go into a city, say, listen, we're Muslims, alhamdulillah, blah, 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 blah. We're going to take over your city. You guys can't build any new churches. You cannot proselytize your religion. And there are many times when, you know, Umar ibn al-Khattab famously talked about shove the dhimmi to the narrowest part of the road. Or other times where they would make shoes illegal for the dhimmis in order to humiliate them. And
wait a minute, shove them toward the narrowest part of the road?
Shove them to the narrow part of the road. Well, you don't have plumbing, right? So if you're in a road, the narrow part of the road would be the ditch, where all the waste and all the animal stuff is.
Oh, God.
So Umar was saying,
push them in there?
Yeah, I'll show you right now. I mean, okay. It's on an Islamic page.
Did you think we would know what that meant?
Well, I mean, I think that you guys would say that that's not probably nice to do.
I knew it was something not nice.
Do not initiate greetings with the Jews and the Christians. When you meet any of them in the road, then make him take its narrowest path.
Gross,
essentially means shove them into the narrowest side of the street, because Surah chapter 9, which was the last surah, the last kind of thing that Allah sent down to the to Muhammad.
Yeah.
And in that it says
what was it called? Surah what? 9?
Say again? Surah chapter 9. Surah Al-Tawbah.
Yeah, okay.
And in it, he says basically go to war with the Jews and the Christians until they pay the jizya and feel themselves subdued or humiliated. Remember, the Middle East is a shame honor culture. So when it says make them pay jizya is on top of the regular tax. It's another tax. It's a protection tax so that the Muslims can't kill and murder you. But if you don't pay the jizya, then they can kill and murder you.
Who was the first group of people that started that?
I mean, that's just human nature, again. But he systematized it into a religion.
Okay.
So you have to pay jizya and you have to accept dhimmitude, and you're literally a second-class citizen. If you're too poor to pay jizya, then your daughters become halal and your property becomes halal. What that means is it becomes allowable for those people to rape your daughter in front of you and then sell your daughter into slavery. It is also allowable for them to just go and massacre every fighting age male and enslave their children. That's literally the Islamic. That's just a fact, and that's what they did. So these guys over there in Sudan, they're Islamic sort of disparate tribes that united around Islam and then went in there and started massacring Christians, raping women, all type of shit. And that's the story. So they're not getting that from some sort of misinterpretation of Islam. These are the final revelations of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Wow, dude.
So for example, when Hell originally said, you know, Muhammad's tone changed once he made hijrah to Medina, right? Yeah. So initially in the earlier chapters of the Quran, the earlier revelations, it was like the Christians are humble people. They pray at night. They have monks that pray in temples. They help people. They're great. Talked about the Jews, said that they were brilliant. God gave Suleiman, the Temple of Mount. Remember when Umar ibn al-Khattab went into Jerusalem, he restored the Temple Mount because it's a holy site in Islam. So the earlier passages were very conciliatory and saying, hey, we're all sons of Abraham and we're all monotheists and these guys are crazy and we got to unite. But what happened is the Jews were like, well, yeah, that's true. The paganism is wrong, but you're wrong on almost every story you have of our religion. So no, we don't believe you. And there were a bunch of Christians actually came down to debate Muhammad in the masjid in Medina.
Really?
And there was a specific custom that they had. You saw this. There was a specific custom that they had that said, whoever is wrong, let Allah destroy in a year.
Oh, shoot. Yeah.
I think it's called the Bushra or something like that. The Christians, because Jesus said, let yes be yes and no be no, we're not supposed to enter into any of those things. We're just supposed to say, look, our word is our bond. That's it. Mm-hmm. So the Christians wouldn't do it. So the Muslims, like to this day, they're like, aha! Yeah, that shows that the Christians knew that they were wrong. Unfortunately, your prophet died within a year of taking that situation. He was poisoned by a Jewish woman and he died a slow, painful, humiliating death. Okay. I'm sorry, that's just the truth. So listen, the earlier passages, there's this principle in Islamic theology called the principle of abrogation, meaning what Muhammad said earlier can be superseded by a later revelation, okay? So for example, the early revelations about alcohol say that alcohol is good and that Allah gave you alcohol to enjoy yourself. Then the next revelation came down that said, alcohol is fine, just don't drink it on the way to masjid, on the way to prayer. Then the revelation came, don't drink. And then Aisha said the streets of Medina were running with Hummer alcohol. So
wait, what does that mean? People were pouring it out?
People just poured it out immediately. Once the Sharia came down from Muhammad, they all got rid of their alcohol.
Now, why did he do that?
Post-haste. Well, he didn't like alcohol. But Muhammad was very practical. Aisha said if he would have banned alcohol initially, there would be no Islam. So that's what I said. Muhammad was one of the most brilliant people readers of all time. But that just shows you, initially alcohol was okay, but no Muslim today will tell you that. Even though the Quran says it, they'll say, well, yeah, but the later revelations abrogated that one. Okay. So all the Muslim, the Christians are great, the Christians are this, the Jews are great, the Jews are that. Those are all early revelation. The latest revelation says, fight against the Jews and the Christians until they pay the jizya and feel themselves subdued. That's what it says. So the latest revelation that Muhammad has about Jews and Christians.
When it says feel themselves subdued, does that mean that they basically have submitted to it?
They've internalized the humiliation because they're in a shame honor culture.
Right.
So in their mind, whoever you pay jizya to, you're humiliated. You have to, so like in ISIS, that was a main recruiting tool. Wow. You go to work, you're in a state of humiliation in the West because you go to work and the Western government takes the jizya from you before you can even touch your check.
Oh, shoot.
Then they take the jizya that you're paying them and put it into the military to kill Muslims. It was a very, very powerful recruiting tool.
Wow, okay.
So to them, anybody that you pay taxes to is over you. And to them, the only people that are proper to rule over Islamic people is the Khalifa. So to them, you're in a state of humiliation if you're paying jizya to anybody but the Khalifa. So when you see all this rape and murder and all this, like that is, unfortunately, that is Islamic. You can be a faithful Muslim and do that. That's why ISIS did the same thing. They would mark all the Christian doors and they would give you 30 days to pay jizya. If you couldn't pay jizya, they'd take your daughter and they'd cut your throat. That's how it went. So, it's a shout out to those guys, for doing that. Like, personally, that's really heartening to see that there are people that'll be like, these people don't have to look like me or act like me for me to point out that what they did was wrong, that what is being done to them is wrong, and the apathy of the world is wrong.
Yeah.
Because there has been no white Rwanda where you've got literally people with machetes getting hacked to death on national TV and the world watches and does nothing. So, I appreciate that very much from this band. It's a silent count for me. I'm a little bit worried about my friends, but as I said, the scripture talks about men and women of whom the world was not worthy. And that family, the world is not worthy of those people, I promise you. And like I said, I truly believe that. I was not worthy. God was like, nah, bro, you can't go. And it was the right call, because I wasn't worthy to be around them people. Because they're some of the best people on the planet. I have no problem. Jesus loves me. I'm okay. Like, I have no problem saying I wasn't worthy enough to, there's some teams where it's like, you're not good enough, bro. It's okay. So I'm complete in Christ. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying my assessment of those human beings, like, I'm not the people that I was with. Those were my people. And I love those people. And that was the only group I was worthy to be in versus that one. But they're just incredible people. And I'm glad. It's like Jonathan Edwards said in Heaven, a World of Glory. The people above you, you're going to admire them so much. And you're going to feel lucky that you're, it's like, oh, Head wants you to come to a show. Right? And then the people that are above you are going to love you so much that they're going to just be obsessed with your good and serving you and making sure that you're happy in heaven. And so for me, I have no problem saying I wasn't worthy to be around those people. I have no problem saying that. They're celebrities to me. And I know when they meet me, they're going to be trying to serve me. It's just like when we met Head. As soon as we met Head, the first thing is, what do you guys want? Let me get you something. Let me get you. You shoving donuts in your mouth, whatever. Like,
right.
Because he just wants to serve. See what I'm saying? But we're looking at it like, dude, it's just being around you, bro. Like, what do you mean? You see what I'm saying? Like, that's how. Yeah. So when I say I wasn't worthy to be around those people, like, I'm not like dissing myself or anything. I'm just saying these are famous people. And for the type of mission that they needed to do, God needed his absolute best. Wow. And that's who he sent. And I know those people. They've been talking to me for years in email every time they have a child or whatever. And God is doing like miracles are happening there. I don't talk about but people getting healed, dying, all types of shit.
Why don't you talk about it?
Because I never talk about those people, but they're in a really austere circumstance. And I just see just like that other one that was in Afghanistan, like when these people are in austere circumstances, God just does like biblical shit. That's why all my atheist friends are like, God doesn't do miracles now. I just laugh at him like, all right, bro. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Well, there's got to be an explanation for it. Okay. All right. Much love. Really good band. I appreciate it. Shout out to Neil. Silent count for me.
Yeah, silent count. I'm at you on a silent count. I definitely would have rated this one more on the higher side, but silent count.
Yeah. Unbelievable. We are coming right back. We're coming right back. And you need to listen to Joanna Dahl's instructions, damn it. There's 31 of you in this room and only 27 likes.
What in the world?
We're going to end the show quickly if you don't listen to Joanna Dahl. You shall return. I'm Vin.
I'm Sori.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at Vin&Sori@gmail.com and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin&Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener.
Welcome to the Neil stream.
Does this thing probably has a microphone on it too?
It's supposed to, yeah.
Son of that
Is that the issue?
Contribute
Do you want it?
Echoation. No.
Because I don't wear them during the whole review. As you do. All right, you guys. Song number 3. We're gonna pull that up in just a second. In the meantime,
I think Joanna's being misinterpreted here. I think Joanna's cool. Joanna's cool. She's sincere. I think. We're in good shape. Like, I'm not offended by anything Joanna said, so I think we're okay. But I haven't been paying attention to chat, so I don't know. Okay. Song numero 3.
alrighty.
I'll tell you, beautiful people. There it is. All right. Song numero 3. What is the Thanksgiving stream, right?
Yeah, I think you've gone too far. Right there.
Too far.
Yep.
Okay, this is Piron is the name of the band. The name of the song is Trash Talk Landfill. Trash Talk Landfill is the name of this song.
Scroll down because he's got intermission over.
Back with the nuttiness.
For the back half of this stream, we're gonna embrace.
I just had to put up there. Time to get Kel's favorite band.
Oh, okay.
So this band, Trash Talk Landfill. No, that's not Trash Talk. This band, Pyrrhus, whatever the band's name is one of his best favorite, whatever. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so if you can pull up the thing so I can read it. Neil has a little write-up for this band, and
you shouldn't be like that, Hal. Go ahead.
Intermission over. Okay, back with the nuttiness. He says, for the back half of the stream, we're going to embrace the noise for a couple of songs. First, we're going to feature, how did you say it?
Pyrrhus.
No.
Piron.
A New York City-based avant-garde death metal band.
He's saying nope. He's saying
that's not
nope,
the current
that's
song.
not the current song.
Oh, did you click on?
Let me see.
Oh, just scroll up. Scroll up so we make sure we've got the third.
Oh, here it is. Greet the Dawn. No, Leviathan Scar-Sighted is the next one. What are we talking about?
Scar-Sighted. Okay.
Leviathan Scar-Sighted.
Thank you, Neil.
It has been several years since you did your first Leviathan reaction, so I thought now would be a good time to revisit this band. Leviathan is a one-man depressive DSBM band from the U.S. I picked this track in particular because I find this vocal performance on this track absolutely chilling. Now, I generally stay away from this genre because there's a particular individual that I stay away. That it's the only band that we don't do reviews for. But Leviathan is not that band, so I guess I'll let it slip through the radar. Boy, this kid really pushes his limits, huh?
Which one? What?
Neil.
Why?
Well, because he knows, like...
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, it's 100% true, and I don't believe this is the first time on that either. Joanna, you don't have to leave. Like, I think that there's been some misunderstandings with,
I don't know what's going on. There's been some sort of jihad.
But, we're all here to just listen to the music and...
come on.
Feel free to send us an email later if you feel like it. But like, guys, like let's just chill and have the music.
We haven't seen you guys in a while.
And like,
you know what I'm saying?
I can't get it out of my head. Like what's happening with the Israelis and the Palestinians and Hamas, and it's just there's so much violence going on between people. And like, if we can have like a spot where we're like, we don't have to like beef with each other and fight with each other. Like, let's just listen to the music and see what we can pull out of it and enjoy it together, because there's so much death and so much, there's just so much of that going on. Like, it's literally breaking my heart on the daily. I actually turn my mind away from thinking about it because it's just too much and I can't help it. I've got so many little kids. I look at my kids and I'm like, there are mothers that are never going to see the face of their kids anymore because of what's happening. So like in my heart, like I feel that inner fighting that's happening, and what it's resulting in is so much death and destruction. And so like, even here I don't know what's going on between all the comment section, what's happening in there, but like, it just reminds me a lot where there's miscommunications and misunderstandings between people because we don't know each other. We're all just talking to each other through text, so we don't understand voice fluctuation or whatever. But we know one thing is that we're all here for the music, and we're all here because, we want to be around other people and we want to hear from other people. So like, if we can try to make this work between all of us and keep us all here, because I don't want to see either one of you guys head off the stream, So if we can make that work and we can all just enjoy this together, like that would be my wish.
All right. Well, having said that, here is Leviathan. Let's do this. That's not Leviathan.
Scar-sighted, right? Is the name of it?
Yeah. Well, keep talking to the people. That appeal was very beautiful. I was very touched, very moved.
It reminded me a little bit of when we were in school, and my mother, she used to get really emotional when she would like read the historical stuff, which I always felt extremely bored with. And so this is so terrible, but I was less interested in what we were learning historically, and I was more interested in being able to see if I could cue when my mother was going to cry based off the information we were reading, and then we'd be like elbow each other whenever she did.
It's about to go down.
Yeah, so we were learning about Lincoln, and of course at that point we just thought that he was just like, on the racism line, he was like completely great. You know what I mean? I didn't know all the stuff that he said on the side, but regardless. Anyway, so he had his kids playing underneath the desk, and like he was meeting with like, I don't know, other people that were as important as he was or whatever, or close to it. And they were annoyed that he wasn't giving them like the undivided attention because the kids were crawling around under the desk. And he was like, he started to say that all around the world.
Nobody wants you to leave, Andy. Nobody wants you to leave.
Yeah, no, definitely not. All around the world, boys are dying is the line that she was about to read, but she like started crying right when she said that line. She's like, all around the world, boys are dying. And then my sister and I were like, oh, there she goes. So it kind of like reminded me of that, like, because I kind of felt like I was giving one of those appeals because I was a little bit emotional, and I'm like, there's fighting over there.
All right, sis. We'll talk later. I'm doing a review, doing my best to engage with the song for the person who wanted the review. I check the chats periodically. I think you guys can squash beefs if you want to squash them. If you don't want to squash them, I'm not here to babysit anybody. I love all of you, but holy shit, guys. All right, here we go. Song number 3, Scar-sighted.
That's cool.
Go
ahead.
Scar-sighted. Here we go.
Thanks, Joanna. I appreciate what I just read up in there, so that's cool.
Yo, Emily in the house. You guys ready?
Hey! All right, let's go. Let's check it out. Scarface.
No, it's Leviathan.
Is the band with the name of the song Scar-sighted? pressure is increased, and it says, "Oh, the diamond of misery." And I think because of the genre of music he's talking about, it might be the way that people will look at their depression as almost like this seductive enchantment that holds them, that they enjoy, and you vibe with it. So I think that might have been what he was saying based on the genre. But to me, I was like, "Oh, the diamond of misery, jewel of such oblivion," because one thing that I've really been learning is that if you want it, there is something to learn in everything you go through, and that you can pull from that something that can actually push you toward a better direction. But when you're in the midst of it, sometimes it's really hard, especially when it's talking about like that increasing and the misery and stuff. When he said pacing again, still no reply, to me, that was, possibly it was just kind of like his.
Yeah, but how did you even make that out?
Which
how did you make out the lyrics? When was
he saying what?
When did he say any of this?
Oh, I don't know because I was just,
I couldn't even discern what he said.
I couldn't either, but it was the vibe of the song. Like, it was very doomy, which brought me low. And I think this song to me, and songs like this, is some of the greatest evidences for me of God, because you're talking about being down in like the deepest shit. Your doom makes you feel low. It pushes you like deep into it.
I agree.
So you're like low because of the doom. But then he says, like, for where purpose wilted, loss and regret bloomed, like, his music actually felt like it was reaching towards something, because he talks about purpose wilting. So that means there is something in him that has some idea of wanting purpose, or there was purpose that he had, but it wilted. And then when it wilted, he said, loss and regret bloomed. And I think that that's true. I think that when you're deep, the Bible says that hope deferred makes the heart sick. So when you're hopeful of something and that hope is gone, like it makes your heart sick. So I saw some similarities there. But as far as the part that I feel is evidence of God, is that when somebody is in that doom state, there are times where you revel in it and dig deeper in it, and you're deeper and deeper, and you're like just so deep in your own darkness. But then there are times where there is something inside of you that reaches. And in his music, you heard that like lifting up. And like, to me, that gap right there from where you are at your deepest till when your heart reaches out for something and hopes that there's something out there, that gap right there is the supernatural to me. That is the evidence that there is a God, because there's something there and it's drawing you. So there's this drawing that keeps you down in the shit of that doom, but then there's also the drawing that brings you up in the rising of the song, and the idea that there is like a desire for something outside of that doom. So when he said pacing again, still no reply, to me, that was a prayer. But maybe it was like, how people speak into the abyss?
Yep.
It could have been something more like that to him. I don't know. But for where purpose wilted, loss and regret bloomed, life after life.
Well, he says still no reply. Mm-hmm. So that to me explicitly means that he was calling out to someone.
Right.
But there's no reply.
Right.
That's usually,
people could say that
an attempt
to talk to God.
To talk to connect with some
Yeah, exactly. And so to me, that was like that. Then he says, life after life, learning no thing. Within final...
Smart.
Learning no thing. What did you get out of that?
Well, that's a Buddhist thing, right? Like, you keep cycling lives until you figure out how to get to nirvana. I don't think the Buddhists say that you have to reincarnate to learn another lesson. I mean, some of it is you have to work out karma, some of it, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it looks like what he's saying is because it's interesting, like a lot of atheistic people, like, because they're creating the image of God, they still want spirituality. It's like Sam Harris talks about, so he uses the term spirituality a lot. It's very interesting. And meditation and things of that nature, like, because it's inherent to human nature. Right? Like you're gonna want to connect with your creator. The problem is that your creator puts up checkpoints to your pursuit of physical pleasure. And because of that, one of those have to go. But I've never heard a secularist ever explain to me the insane desire that human beings have for purpose.
Yeah.
If what the secular humanists are saying is correct, then chaos is God ultimately. We came about, what brought us into being, and what brought
That's
about
so weird.
all of the logic that we utilize every single day. The logic that you're using right now to communicate with me and understand what I'm saying. We're told that the ultimate principle responsible for all of this is chaos. That's what we're told. Randomness, purposeless, thoughtless, desensitized, if that's even a word, chaos. Okay, if that is the ultimate principle in reality in the physical universe, then why the fuck are human beings so insane about having purpose? Why do human beings kill themselves when they why the obsession for purpose? That's my question. If chaos is the ultimate principle in the world, then why are we so insane about order?
Yeah.
And purpose?
Yeah.
It's a very I've never even, well, I gotta say, like, to be fair, a lot of the, I don't know how to say this. I'm not talking to people with philosophy degrees. I don't have a philosophy degree, by the way, but I have a job that gives me an advantage over pretty much everybody else I'm debating, because I can sit for hours and hours and hours and hours and read and learn. And then we just do this. You see what I'm saying? So I understand that, but I've never heard even an attempted response at that conundrum. If chaos is the ultimate principle, or if chaos is a first principle in the universe that brought about everything that we see here, then why do human beings have such an obsession with purpose?
Come on, 1 + 1 is 2, not 5. So that doesn't add up. Why do we have this obsession with purpose if we started with chaos? Exactly.
Yeah. Well, order and chaos exist simultaneously. I'm not sure that that's necessarily true.
Because they're saying that originally the beginning of all things was chaos
that
brought about order. You know, it's so insane too, because it's so ordered in so many ways, like just the human body itself, your fingers, your eyes, your nervous system, your, like, everything, your heart, all the different parts of our bodies, down to the smallest parts, is so friggin' ordered. And that is originated from chaos. It just doesn't make any sense. But yeah, I agree with you. There is a desire of a pursuit of purpose, and people want purpose.
Right.
And when you give people friggin' purpose, when they're in the fucking down and outs, like, it changes things. We saw it. We worked with people that were living on the streets, people that had lived their lives under horrible circumstances. Some of them, even their parents selling them for drugs.
Two drug
dealers.
To be assaulted.
Right. Like, people that came up in those environments. And when you give those people some purpose and you show them that they are loved by God and that they are made in the image and likeness of God, like, that started changing things. I saw the way that their faces changing. Yeah, they're there for a reason.
And the specific mission God has for them to accomplish can only be accomplished by them.
Yeah.
And so when we went over there, we said, we're not your saviors. We're not going to save this city.
You said that so many, yeah.
That's on y'all. This is your place. It's not our place.
Yeah.
It's your city. So, yeah, it's empowering, and human beings react to it. And I'm sure you can say, well, sociologically, of course, everybody's going to want to feel like they have a purpose. And you came with a narrative that says they have a purpose. So great. Yeah, that explains that. But it doesn't explain why purpose is so important to people.
Right.
People will literally kill and die for purpose both ways. Right? They'll
and people get irrationally angry and frustrated and have negative feelings toward people that are completely dead set in their purpose, and they have a deep understanding of who they are. Like, that bugs people without a purpose.
And Negative Vibes is our resident, not a resident Buddhist expert, but he's done some reading, so I trust him. For the record, the Buddhism reincarnation thing, the idea is that suffering is inherent to existence in this reality, so the way to seek enlightenment is to escape and also help others do the same. Right, Negative, but isn't the suffering not like the reality here, but it's attachment to things in this? in this world? Isn't it the attachment to things in this world, including relationships, that bring suffering? And so you're progressively trying to detach yourself from those things. I don't know if that's true too, but it looks like what he's saying, like pacing again, no reply. So he's reaching out to God, trying to find purpose.
Yeah. But then he says life after life, learning no thing.
Right. So life after life. That's why instead of saying day after day, he said life after life. So I thought that was maybe a Hindu Buddhist sort of reincarnation.
Yeah. Just this
and then
purposeless.
He says, instead of saying nothing, it's no thing.
I see.
Because he's a nihilist.
Stuff.
Kind of a nihilist, right? Like where it's like, it's emptiness, nothing means anything. So everything is ultimately nothingness, which is really interesting because you could take a lot of the quantum entanglement stuff and like go the wrong way with it and say, see, everything is really literally empty, none of it's here, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I didn't like the song at all. It's a 2 for me.
What 2?
It's a 2, if that.
Wow, that's crazy.
If that.
So then he ended up saying like,
lyrically it was great, sonically it was
he said
absolute basura.
Again, pale to the center, he said, and again, pale to the center, stumbling, stuttering, like that. Like so many of the lines in this was so crazy to me. When he was talking about that, to me, it was like pale to the center was like even his heart is stripped of its blood.
Yeah.
And then he says stumbling,
La banda es Leviathan.
Stumbling, stuttering to me was like, okay, this is again the effects of going life after life, learning nothing with no purpose. Like you will stumble, you will stutter, and you're going nowhere. But again, in the midst of that, like the doom brought me down, but then some of the music was like that rising action sounding stuff. So to me, like that gap is miraculous to me. That is the evidence for me. So yeah, I actually really like this. This is a 9.8 for me. Loved it. I'm gonna listen to this one again.
A 9.8. Hell no, Ian. I'm not giving it a 3 for that heavy A flat riff. Hell no. Yeah, okay, so we got more stuff for Buddhism, guys. At the root of it is attachment and ignorance of the nature of reality. Sunyata, or emptiness. Didn't Adi call it Maya, I think? We said like the deception of the age or whatever, Kali Yuga, whatever.
Okay.
Sunyata, or emptiness, the illusory nature of existence. That's a huge simplification, but that's the main thing. Yeah. Okay, so I think Negative is right about that. Well, listen to Negative relative to Buddhism, right? Because I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Okay, 9.8 for me.
Yeah, it's a 2. It's a 2 for me. I
don't know what's going on with Vinny, but
I couldn't get done with this song earlier. It's like Shorty, Emily. Emily's like, what are we supposed to do? Like at the show, like take a nap?
No, I
want to take like my pillows and shit. You know, if we're going to the show. If I can get Amy to talk to me again, it'd be me, you, Amy, and Emily. We'll go to the show and we'll have a nice little center of the mosh. There's probably like a bunch of mattresses in their mosh pit where people just sit and take naps and shit.
Well, that's the end of the review. We'll be back
while that shit is going on. Shout out to the band. No disrespect, but subhanallah.
Yeah, Dwayne, I really liked this one. But I think that I like Doom. I think that Doom, like, I feel.
Yeah, you're a big Doom guy. You're a big Doom guy.
I'm a lady, actually. I'm a lady, actually.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's 2023.
Yeah, Ben. I think
shout out to Ben.
Usually Ben and I are on the same wavelength.
Who's a very honest brother. Yep. You know, like sometimes I think I really believe, especially with a guy like Neil.
Yeah.
I think sometimes they just throw songs in there that are like bullshit songs to see if we're gonna like have the integrity to like, you know, the king has no clothes type of thing. Mm-hmm. Like I want you to get another song, Neil, so I'm gonna like say that the band is awesome because I want you to keep doing it and blah blah blah. I just can't bring myself to do it. The song is trash, Neil.
Neil says that they don't even perform live.
Of course they don't perform live.
All right.
Perkinos knows I'm telling the truth. I'm niggas showing up with pillows and shit in that bitch, bro.
Put these glasses on.
Shout out
the review.
Shout out to Leviathan. Shout out to Leviathan for you know what? For living, man. You know? For living. Shout out to Leviathan for living thing. We're gonna be on the other side of the break. Shout out to the Buddhists. Jesus Christ is Lord though. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Gone. We're coming right back. Commercial break. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at Vin&Sori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord,
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
and they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin&Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed, a child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We are in the midst of a Neil stream.
We are.
You didn't even drink any of the
I did, but you really, this is all cream.
Yeah, shout out to Rowan,
So,
who took 26 minutes to fix my Frappuccino. You know what? I'm being a dick about it. That individual was, they did their best. I'm just like, how like...
well, 20 minutes on a Frappuccino does seem a little bit long.
Yeah,
I don't think
how
Starbucks could
first-
make money.
How first world does that sound? You took 20 minutes to make my cappuccino, so I'm mad at you. It's like...
Oh.
It just sounds like, come
Yeah.
on, dude, like... I'm used to a certain, you gotta kind of criticize yourself at some point.
Yeah,
Sorry,
true.
bro. I was being a
It's
dick.
true.
I was being a dick. Thank you for... Greet the Dawn
Sorry about that.
is the name of this thing. Let me paste to you beautiful people the title that this boy Neil.
Yeah, we'll let you guys.
Neil
We'll let you guys
imposed on us.
sound it out.
There you go. You can sound that out if you want,
Do
dear
it.
listener.
Do what you will.
Do-
That's who's up next.
That's who's up next.
All right.
And
Let's see. if Neil-
here also are the lyrics, dear listener. So
just do the translated ones. Because why should we do this?
Yeah,
Why should we do this?
Overshadow
for ourselves?
Sean. Overshadow Sean says we're muted.
No, we were back.
I'm like traumatized by that freaking mute button.
Sorry,
I'm
you
not gonna
brushed
lie
the
to
top
you.
of the mic and muted it. Ben, shut the fuck up. Why would you tell Vin I did that? You should have blamed it on him.
Which Ben said that?
Ben Bear.
Oh, I thought it was Ben Webb. I was like, "There's no
Look,
way."
BC
Sori,
apologized.
there's no way that Sori would.
Oh, no.
Say,
Yeah.
There's no way Sori say shut the fuck up to anybody else other than Ben.
Well, that's interesting. Did you see that, BC?
What?
Said
BC
two
says
things.
what?
Said that they love you and also sorry in the same sentence. Are you ill? Did you get any bad news today? What happened? All right. Mike is back on, and we are about to go into this
Oh,
next
you know
song.
the kids have free delivery with DoorDash?
They do?
Yeah, they must have been door dashing like every day for 2 months straight. I don't know how that did it. All right, here we go.
Okay, wait. Did you tell them to get me something too?
Brush up on your... Hell no. You
Okay.
said you were just concerned about me.
I was, but I just suddenly started getting hungry and I changed my mind. So if it's not too late, if it's KFC, have them get me one of those little pot pies.
It's not. What do you...
Just have them get me something. Just say get something for mom. Surprise.
Get something for your mom. She didn't tell me when I was... She actually said, hey, just...
I did.
Get something for yourself. Your mom was being a hero. But now that she heard that your dad is getting some ribs, now she wants something. And we can't tell you what it is because she doesn't know and we don't know where you're ordering from. The nasty white girl stuff that mom usually likes. Just get that. Probably a salad with ranch on it. She eats that disgusting stuff. So
No, I don't want a salad. No salad.
She doesn't want salad, bro. So you got to figure something out. See, anyway, I got to go back to work. Much love to you. We out of here. All right, guys, here we go.
Let's go. Okay, don't forget to get the translated lyrics because I speak English, so I would like to read this in my native tongue.
More racism. Intermission time.
Oh, sorry to hear that, BC.
Rest in peace to BC's cat, and I'm not bullshitting. I know those animals are important to y'all. After that opening salvo of songs, I think it's time to lighten things up briefly and just enjoy something pretty and pleasant to listen to.
Unpleasant or pleasant?
Pretty and pleasant.
Oh, pretty and pleasant.
I think this track by Hungarian avant-garde metal band Thy Kataflak should do the trick. This song is from the same album as the previous track you've heard from the band. In fact, it follows right after. And you get to hear a different vocalist that Tomas, the songwriter for the band, collaborates a lot with on his album. But he doesn't give us the name. What is the name of this other person?
Yeah.
You liar.
All right. So let's check this out. Where's my headphones?
Tell her to get a nice bento box for lunch. Pray for W. Who is W, BC? All right, I've got the translated lyrics here. I've got the video there. It is time, you beautiful people. The name of the song translated is Greet the Dawn. Somebody said something about mayonnaise because they are children of Satan.
Shaitan.
Shaitan. Shaitan. No.
Shaitan.
Remember he said Shaitan.
Let's
go. Where is that song? I think it's this one. All right, guys, here we go.
I'm a pro bare-knuckled boxer. Would you mind if I put you guys on my next fight banner to advertise? Big fan.
Of course, dude.
Do it.
Hey, listen, let me do something for you. You have like an intro song? I'll do a rap song for you.
Yeah. You want an actual picture, like with us, look like we're fighting too?
Jake Lindsay.
Tell us what you need. Send us an email. Vin&Sori@gmail.com.
I'll do anything for you, bro. Literally, anybody that's like in the hurt game, I'm with it. So.
He is too. He's completely serious.
Yeah,
I'll
do a rap. I'll do an intro. I'll do whatever. Anything you want, bro. We here.
Yeah. All right.
Let's go. Here we go. Hungarian band. Here we go. Vin, I'll have you know, I'm your fellow brother in Jesus. That's legit.
Oh, okay.
That's awesome. Welcome to the family.
Okay.
Good to see you, Ben.
How long have you been in the family, Ben? And you never told us before?
Yeah, you lying bastard. Where'd you go?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Here we go, guys. Here's the song, Greet the Dawn. Greet the Dawn.
Oh, that's what it means?
That's what it means.
All
and
right.
I lost the damn video again. SubhanAllah. So
we're also going to be going to see like a local basketball game.
This is the official. Fun. This is the official track premiere. Okay.
Jake says, "My guy."
Yeah.
Hey, you got the hook up.
This is the official track premiere. So if we get blocked, just hang out for a little bit. We'll recycle, but I don't think we'll be blocked because Neil knows the deal. Here we go, guys. Let's go. Dawn is the name of the song.
Interesting.
I love the song. I mean, that was very intelligent to put this song after the previous monstrosity, right?
Okay.
Because you had the other song that like kind of puts you to bed, kind of gets you in that.
You know, don't
kinda
say
gets you in
right
that
to me.
state.
I'm not going to agree with you on that.
Well, you know, like I've had, you know, my insomnia issues have been legendary.
Have been legion.
So I have to give up props to Neil for the previous band because I feel like I've figured out a natural way to get to sleep.
No.
I figured out a natural way to get to sleep. So shout out to Neil. I don't take that shit for granted.
Oh my gosh.
Ever since I was a child, I wasn't able to get to sleep on time.
Wow.
So like this band, the song that we listened to yesterday. Subhan, look at that.
This is a free speech environment, so
I literally called it yesterday because you know when you nap, that's the breaker for the day. So I called it yesterday. Like I just said it. Not yesterday, but the previous song. But like I said, Neil goes, I thought this through, he said.
All right.
So thanks to Neil for getting me a song that'll give me I really feel like a natural.
You'll be ready to sleep.
A natural way, like a non-medical way of
Neil, I'm going to start playing this
management.
at night.
This, as Ben said, is actually a song that we can actually review. Okay.
Anyway,
you know what's crazy?
I like this one.
Like she spoke in a completely different language, but it was more legible to me sonically than the other guy who was speaking English supposedly. So there's that. All right, here we go. Go for it.
Was this about having a child or a prayer for a child?
It's very possible. I mean, it's sung from a female perspective, right?
My
So,
blood, my flower, my sun-colored grain, my fertile world. Or I shout at the sky to come already, to be already, to bloom from seed, from my body to seed, from seed to bloom, to be already, to come already. I shout at the sky, my fertile world. And then I think she repeats. So to me, and then it said, let it come, let it be, greet the dawn just like me. I thought that it was a prayer for
a child.
A child, yeah.
Yeah.
And it was beautiful the way that she was singing it as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of the interesting things about our community is that not a lot of people in our community have children.
Right.
And some of that is by design. Some of that has to do with cultural conditioning or whatever. And I always feel like, because I always say, like, I wish everybody could have a kid. Mm-hmm. Just to experience, like, how radically it changes your world. It's just such a radical change in your life that really, like, alters you as a person. Mm-hmm. And I think obviously,
100%.
Obviously, I'm going to say that these are positive changes. These are beautiful changes that we see that children create. But children also expose latent selfishnesses.
Yes, they
that
do.
You don't understand you have until you get put into a situation, and a kid kind of pushes buttons that no other human beings can push in you. Right. And so it's such a beautiful experience to have a child, but it's also a painful one because you're constantly looking at ways in which you haven't been able to kind of live up to that promise you make as a father or as a as a mom. 275 in this bitch. But keep going.
I agree with you. I think that the need or the desire for like for instance, some of the ways in which it changes you is in dealing with my own depression, I used to like avoid it at all costs. And then I kind of came to a place where I was like acknowledging that I had depression. And then I was like really like looking at it. And then I got to a point where I was just like sitting in it. And then another point where I was just like reveling in it. And like all of those different reactions to the depression all kept me in like a really kind of like a deep spot for like a long period of time. And it wasn't until I made the decision that I wasn't, if I felt that I was enjoying myself in my depression, then I was not going to sit in that enjoyment. Instead, I was going to do something. If it was more difficult to try to do something to have a good day, I was going to do that rather than sitting in the love of my depression. And so I'm talking to my 4-year-old, and he's angry about something.
By the way, happy birthday, Seneca.
Happy birthday, baby. Shit. So I'm talking to my 4-year-old, and he had gotten upset about something, and the situation was done, you know, like he squashed the beef with his brother, but he still wanted to be pissed off about it. And he kind of was dragging it out. And I came over to him and I started talking to him. I'm like, hey, you know, like, maybe you could try to, because you guys already figured out what was going on and your brother apologized and you guys kind of worked that out. Like, maybe you could try to come over here and join in what we're doing instead of sitting there like being sad. And then I said, because you might find that if you come over here, you might learn something different or might change some things for you. Because I didn't want to promise him that the world was going to be better if he like tried to come out of it. But I also don't want to leave him in the idea that he should sit there and, because he was saying, no, I want to be sad. Like, I want to do this. And that's when I was like, oh, that's kind of like a baby version of what I've been doing. And so that's another way that kids change you because you love them in ways that you don't even love yourself. And you're willing to do so much for them, but at the same time, they can really get under your skin and on your nerves, you know? So it's just an interesting relationship, and it's also interesting because you're actively trying to teach them things and they are teaching you things without trying. So it's a crazy relationship, but that moment was kind of like significant for me because as I was because I had to go into that granular detail of being like, hey, like, why don't you try to, and you're trying to explain it in a way a 4-year-old will understand. And then like, it was almost like my own mind or my own heart was like, why don't you take that advice the next time you feel like doing that? And I was like, okay, so I did, you know? And I think that's something positive that I learned from just, you know, that time. But anyway, this song is, I think, about a woman who wants a child and wants for that time to come. And I think that I went through a long time of wanting children and not having, and just experiencing loss. And, you know, you had said something one time that was basically like, I think part of the reason why people in my situation where I was wanting children and couldn't have it, and like that deep, like pain that was felt because I didn't, like, I wanted them, and then to get pregnant and then lose the child, it was a very difficult time. But you had said that almost that it's necessary that there would be people, mothers, the hearts of women on the planet that would long for a child when we're so quick to throw our children away in America. And for me, that was pretty impactful because I was like, okay, like if my heart bears that, because there has to be, like there should be, like children are worth that much that we should want them to that degree. Because I mean, for sure, like I wanted kids, but it wasn't until I couldn't have them and then after the loss that desire for them really, really increased even more. So yeah. So I thought it was beautiful. Her voice.
Yeah. No, I remember that. I'm telling you that because you were worried that you were being ungrateful because you already had Selah, but you wanted more. And I said, and that's when we were like really like in the shit at literal war with Planned Parenthood in our area. And it's difficult to see children being I'm not even talking about that particular organization. I'm just talking about the zeitgeist. We've got like this anti-child zeitgeist right now. And you know, I just said I'm sure it's good. It's just like me when I was like, nobody cares about the Sudan thing, and they made one song about Sudan. I was like, damn, okay, good. Like somebody's feeling that pain for
right.
So
right.
like,
yeah,
you know, it's like that. Like you've got an entire nation of people that have like collectively said, man, just keep them kids up there, bro. We good. We don't need them. And I think it does God's heart good to see people, especially women, desiring and wanting children to the point of tears, because I don't care what anybody says, that's a natural order. Like there's a biological clock, the whole 9 yards, the whole thing happens like for childbearing. And I'm not even going to get into you think women are only blah, blah, like, Not even going there. It's beautiful. It's amazing. It's supernatural to see your second self walking around with their own attitude and their own mindset. It's been a year, like to the day that we had Seneca, and you know, that was the worst delivery I've ever seen. And my whole thing is like I protect the girls in my family, and God's put me in numerous situations where it's like, okay, well, protect them now. You're gonna protect your wife from your child because he's the one that's hurting her right now. And it's a big exercise in, I mean, ultimately, like releasing you. Like that's what that whole birth taught me, was like you're not really mine at the end of the day. Like God was with you. You know, I stumbled around, I did what I could, but you know, I can't protect you from God's plans for you. And so it's one of those things where, like, for an entire year, I mean, that's what he represents. And the resentment that I have is like the inability to do anything about. Like, I can't stand that shit. I would literally rather die than watch that situation happen again. Mm-hmm. So, like, they teach you a lot of things. Like, if you're willing to listen, there's a lot of shit that they can teach you. Like, I hear what you're saying, 275, you're too selfish to have kids, but everybody's too selfish to have kids. Like, that's the point. That's what kids teach you.
Yeah.
Like, you have no idea how selfish you are.
Right.
Until you have them kids.
Right.
Like, you guys are only at the surface of your selfishness. You have no idea.
Yeah.
But that's a good thing. Like, there's so many things that people are like, oh, this and this, then we'll have kids. Like, God. Whatever you believe, it doesn't matter. And whether or not you're on the team, it doesn't matter. If you got pregnant or your girl is pregnant, that means God at some level is for you. Because the scripture said that children are a reward. And you go, well, I've done nothing for him to reward me. I don't even believe in him, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's why he's God, bro. Because he'll bless you with the greatest blessing that you have while you're spitting in his face. That's the God I worship. So Nobody is ever ready to have a child financially, emotionally, spiritually. You're never ready to have a child. Like, that's one of the reasons God gives us those children, is because of our lack of readiness to meet him. I'm not too worried about like fucking up my kids, but I am worried about like what I'm going to say when I meet him. And I'm not worried in the sense of being terrified, but that's really like, you know, the older you get, the more you see people around you dropping like flies, the randomness of this whole situation. Like, I'm very grateful to God that I've had all of the kids, all of them. Because there's a lot of things I wouldn't have learned about myself and ultimately about God that impossible to know without children. I remember the first time I really understood that Dorian, because he's my firstborn, you know, it's like, you can do no wrong. I got in from home. I looked upstairs and he's like locked into this giant jihad with his mother at the time. And I rolled up there and he was like completely out of control. Like completely out of control. Like,
how old are we talking?
He's like 3. You know how shorty pushes people like to that point. So he was going ballistic and I was holding on to him and I'm like thinking to myself, like, if this kid can't get his temper in line, that's going to be a bad life for homeboy. And I'm just looking at him like, you're black and Maine, you know, like I'm just looking at this future. And he's hit me in the face all types of shit because he's like losing his mind. And I'm just like holding it. There's nothing, I promise, there's nothing in my heart like, oh, I'm going to get this kid. You slap me in the face. It was nothing. I was just worried about him. And that moment, God said, you're not a better father than me. And then he showed me all these times in my life when I was running around telling people there's no God. And the entire time he was holding me and saying, all right. And all he was worried about was me. Just like all I cared about was the kid and his future and how it was going to fuck him up. And him hitting me and whatever was incidental. And I'm like, wait, that's how you're looking at it? And he's like, yeah. Wait, that's why you're mad when you're mad at me? Yeah, I'm mad at you because I know you're about to fuck up your life with this personality trait and you're going to be miserable. And you don't understand until you have a kid. I don't even want my kids sad.
Right. Right.
I don't even want them sad. So if they're doing something that's going to generate sadness for them in the future, I get mad at them. Because I'm like, this is going to make you sad. and so it just completely reoriented my understanding of God, sin, how repentance works as a Christian. Why should you worry about your sin if Jesus already died for you? Blah, blah, blah. Like all of that got cleared. How do you reconcile the fact that God even gets mad at his people? We clearly see it. He gets mad at his people, but at the same time, the scripture says all the wrath of God has been taken. So I couldn't understand. And then that moment with my child, all that theology was explained immediately to me. Immediately. But I wouldn't, if I didn't have that child, because I've never had a category of love like that in my life. I came of age in the Bronx, New York. Like somebody puts their hands on your face. It doesn't matter if your own mother did that shit. See what I'm saying? So like, I needed that moment. And God graciously like initiated that entire conflict with his mother. And that wasn't the issue. He wanted to teach me something. So like, it's so hard to explain this stuff about children and what they do and how it's impossible to explain. Like everybody's got their own walk with God or their journey with the transcendent or what is it people saying? The universe now? And people, you don't want to say God, you can say the universe. Okay. Everybody's got their own specific journey, but that I definitely believe children is in the mission set for most of us. And I think that's because God is gracious. What'd you give the song?
9.6 actually.
Yep, 9.6 for me as well. Neil says, my brother has changed so much since he had kids. He's a lot more in tune with his emotions. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You have to be if you want to be there for them.
My nickname was in the hood was Baby No Cry. Because whatever happened, I was a complete android. People they would tell me like, you need therapy. Like we'd be coming back from and like
really?
Dudes be crying, dudes are like hyperventilating. I would just sit there like an android. They'd be like, yo, you need therapy, man. Something's wrong with you. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then I got kids and now I can't get through anything. Like I can't, because I immediately, if it's a school shooting, like I immediately think about my kids and I immediately thinking about them calling out to me for help and it's over.
Yeah.
And it's like, I had to choose like,
shoot.
It's like, yo, this kid like opened some door in your heart, man. Like, what are you gonna do? You gonna shut you gonna shut that in, or? And I said, well, I'll shut him in there. But then I had another kid. It's like, well, you can come in. You know, and I had another one. And God was like, how about you just open your heart? How about that? Because you keep opening and closing the door, like get it or get out. That's, you know, like your mom used to say, like get it or get out. And so God just like, oh, you're just gonna keep those people. You just care about your circle. Okay, we just keep sending kids to you until you figure out maybe he just wants you to open your heart. You freaking weirdo. But it takes me longer to learn things than the rest of you smart people. Some of you people only need one kid. I need 7 of them bitches to make that shit, to figure that shit out.
Oh boy.
Saying this after watching a week of parents wailing over their dead on X. I can't even do it. I can't even do it.
No,
Avenge them, Jesus of Nazareth.
And bring them peace.
Yeah, listen, man, the Jesus that I worship, I'll do a Bible study on this one time. There's one story in the Bible where Jesus was about to completely destroy an entire nation of people, the nation of Israel, actually. Doug, you'll like this. And God the Father had to tell Jesus to chill out. So if you guys think there's vengeance coming for everybody that harms children, you hear what I'm saying to you? Everyone that harms children or supports the harm of children, there's some vengeance coming for you, and the Lord Jesus is going to cut your throat. All right, having said that, we'll be back on the other side of the break.
Shout out to Sadie.
Shout out to all you beautiful people. Shout out to Sadie. We'll be on the other side of break. Vin out.
Sori out.
Go. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, $125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. $125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up and get your band some exposure. Hit me up at Vin&Sori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord,
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
and they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin&Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them to buy our merch. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. My partner in crime has abandoned me. Abandoned me, dear listener. The show is now Vin and Nori. That was for
Oh my
XBM.
gosh, remember when we did that?
That was for XBM.
I came in as my sister. People thought it was true. Remember that? Remember, like, I was like, well, hold on a second, I left, and then, like, my twin sister came back.
Because I had been saying, like, you have a sister that looks exactly like
Yeah.
She does not. She does not. Yeah, and then you came in and played the twin. Didn't you have like a little bit of an accent or some shit like that?
Yeah, and I was like, I made it uncomfortable. People didn't like her. And then I left and returned as myself. And everybody fell for it.
Yeah, they did. That was the early days before everybody knew like our social security numbers and shit.
Woo! All right,
here we go. Next song from the big homie Neil, DJ freaking Neil. Here we go. Lion, Leviathan, Piron, Trash Talk Landfill. Shout out to Kamikaze. Trash Talk Landfill. Intermission over, back with the nuttiness. For the back half of this stream, we're going to embrace a noise for a couple of songs. First, we're going to feature Piron, a New York City-based avant-garde death metal band. I'll be very curious if you can decipher what this song is about lyrically. What Passes for Survival is the name of the record, Trash Talk Landfill.
Did you say what passes for survival?
That's the name of the record. Trash Talk Landfill is the name of the song. The name of the channel is Vin and Sori, bitches. The command is to subscribe. Here we go.
You want some water?
Trash Talk Landfill. I'll get some water in it. Do me a favor. You see that green bottle right there? That supplement right there? Yep. Do me a favor. Get me 2 of those out of there. Take your supplements, ladies and gentlemen. Choline is a very cheap supplement, easy to get, but it's very good for your liver and your brain. So a lot of you people are having bad livers and bad brains. You should have some choline. And no, we don't even have a thingamajiggy with them. But health is very important. Okay.
And so are you. So that's why we're giving you the tips. All right, let's check this song out.
Let's check the song out. Piron, Trash Talk Landfill, let's go.
Life is like a sewer. What you get out of it depends on what you put into it.
Okay.
in the world?
Well, all right. Stand by.
All
Hello?
right.
Somebody at the door?
All right. Hold on.
Back. You ready?
Yeah.
Oh!
Okay. I'm sorry. That was trash.
What?
I did not like that one at all.
Are you serious?
100%. What?
Hold on. No, that was.
I was
kidding
not.
me?
I was not a fan.
Are you not? Are you not familiar with math metal?
No.
Like it's a very like a specific kind of genre, and it's basically what it sounds like. A lot
Math
of
metal?
Yeah, like Mudvayne would probably be like the most popular, but they're a very basic kind of math metal.
So it's very technical.
Yeah, it's extremely technical, and the counts are usually a little bit like off. It's not 4/4 like normal. You know what I'm saying?
There
like
it is.
you heard, like it wasn't 4/4. So
There
like
it is.
all of us have been like entrenched in 4/4. It's very easily accessible to the mind. So when you have different kind of song structures and things like that, it kind of sounds crazy and chaotic.
Yeah.
But if you actually listen, there's an actual logos happening here.
So
This guy is extremely articulate about the complaint he has. And he rode that metaphor like a motherfucker. Holy shit. Go ahead. What were you saying?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it just didn't seem like it was like probably what you said is correct. It's the math thing. It seemed a little bit too. I don't know. I didn't enjoy it.
Yeah, it's the off time signature stuff is what really gets everybody.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and most people like Ian's. I don't think is going to be a fan of the avant garde genre, but Despel Omega, I think, are the kings of that genre. I hate to say this because it might sound elitist, but I've never heard really terrible lyrics from these avant-garde guys.
Mm-hmm.
They're usually very strong and dense lyrically, and this is exhibit A through Z. Lyrically, this dude is a genius to me. He's brilliant, and the way that he's launching this complaint is. I got a lot of respect for people that can
To be honest with
manipulate
you,
the
I kept
English
getting
language.
sidetracked by the metaphors.
Say again?
I got sidetracked by the metaphors. So
Okay.
I think I'm interested to see your breakdown here.
Well, what do you think he was complaining about in the song?
Oh, like I said, I focused on the metaphors and the.
What is that? Yeah, but that was like.
Yeah. I was
2/3
focusing on
of
the
the
metaphor, so
song
I don't know.
wasn't-
Let's dig into the lyrics there.
So you had no idea what the song was about. The lyrics were insane. Talk comes real cheap. Expend and depose. These days, it's what I live to do. Oh, I know this junk is tacky, but it's what I've got to offer. I'll just keep on spitting out more litter. It'll heap up in disposable drift, and some fuck will sort through it and shit.
Oh my god.
I'm laughing because that's literally our job. We're
I know,
sorting
exactly.
through the lyrics of these people in
We
shifts.
all know. That's right. Oh no. Okay.
So it was funny to me because I'm sure he wasn't thinking about us when he wrote the song, but that's
But
essentially
here we
what
are.
we ended up having to do. Believe me, there's more where that came from. Where can I buy budget words to describe the awful hole that gapes inside me and just keeps growing and growing and growing as I pour in more and more plastic metaphors?
You know what? Go ahead and explain that one. I'm going to tell you what I thought after you explain it.
Well, I'm going to read just the whole thing
okay.
because I think he's just been dealing with one thing through the entire time.
Okay.
You know you're going to keep on reading this shit lightweight and stripped of the meaning it once
did.
wrapped up till I used it all up. Now it's dross compacted and meted in clumps. And all this waste comes straight from my waist. Brilliant writing. All this waste comes straight from my waist. It's good writing, bro. shitting out tons and tons of this garbage every year. Dump logo toxins, leach into the groundwater. I'll make every ear my sewer. Brilliant. It's all trash talk, trash talk, trash talk. Throw me on the pile, no deposit for recycle. One use only. And all that offal is crawling back up through the plumbing. I think he's just complaining about the vacuous nature of music today. And specifically the lyrics, because he's a lyricist, obviously.
Oh, what an interesting way to do that.
Is just absolute and total garbage. And he's just railing on these people and saying, you guys are producing absolute garbage.
But
and I'll make your ear my sewer.
Yeah.
And it's like, you've got this,
well
where
played.
can I buy budget words? Like, literally people have ghostwriters. Now, in pop music, having a ghostwriter is not a problem. But in like rap,
is it not a problem if you say you did, or is it not a problem regardless?
it's just expected that you're a good vocalist. You're not a singer. That's why they'll say singer-songwriter Alicia Keys or whatever. Mm-hmm. She wants to be known as a singer-songwriter. She wants people to know, I'm writing this shit.
Yeah.
Beyonce, for the most part, doesn't write her own shit. Michael Jackson didn't write his own shit.
Well, she probably focuses more on her performance.
Well, again, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like Britney Spears, right? Like none of us thought Britney Spears wrote "Oh Baby Baby" or whatever.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
Right.
So he's saying, so you're essentially buying lyrics.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in the hood, because rap is such a lyric-focused art form. If you have like Drake, for example, Drake had a run for about 3 years where he was like the #1 rapper on the planet. But
okay.
Drake has a ghostwriter. So he's never going to be in the conversation. You talk about Biggie, Tupac, Jay-Z, Nas, Eminem, Big Pun, all that. He's never going to be on the list because he had a ghostwriter. Mm-hmm. So in hip-hop, actually, the integrity of the lyricism is like A1. And if you get caught using a ghostwriter, it's like, for example, Dr. Dre uses a ghostwriter, but Dr. Dre is a producer. He's not a rapper. Mm-hmm. Same thing with Puff, Sean Combs, P. Diddy. Big and Mace wrote like 90% of his record. See what I'm saying? Mm. But Puffy doesn't claim to be a lyricist. See what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So there's a lot more accountability in the hip hop world when you buy lyrics than there is in like the pop world and the metal world. Mm-hmm. Okay. Like, it doesn't necessarily matter in those things. Go ahead.
No, I'm taking in your information. All right. I mean, but basically he gave us like lyrically this song was like not that great, you know what I mean? But the way
lyrically the song was brilliant to me.
The
what
way
are you
that he
about?
Played the song was great. Like the words, the actual words that he used. I know that this junk is tacky, but it's a thing I've got to offer. I'll keep on spitting out more litter. It'll heap up in disposable drifts. Like it's not like super poetic or anything, but he played on the words and then followed metaphors throughout the entire thing. And
what do you mean it's not? What did you say? It's not what?
Like, you know how people will use words that you're like, I don't even know what that word means, but it's beautiful sounding. Like, he didn't do that with his lyrics, but what he did was he took one metaphor and then he played the basically shit all the way through. And he was intelligent how he was able to play on those words throughout the whole thing.
Yeah, lyrically, these are the strongest lyrics I've seen this month. But these are very, very, very strong lyrics. Like, I'll make.
I'm talking about it sounding poetic. Like, it doesn't sound poetic or beautiful. It kind of sounds like it was
poetic
just
to me.
Really.
This is absolute poetry. Poetry doesn't have to be beautiful all the time. Like, if you listen to poetry that describes the Civil War, it's not going to be beautiful. It's not going to give you a nice romantic landscape. Poetry is about, can you manipulate words in meter, and that's what he's doing. Yeah. So this is absolutely poetic. You're looking at a romantic understanding of what poetry is. I'm just talking about this is absolutely in poetic meter for sure. And it's absolutely poet. It's really good poetry. In my view, it's really, really good poetry. Like lyrically, this is insane. Like the way that he uses the various... Is that what it's about? Is he complaining about the plasticity of the music industry where he talks about, as I pour in more and more plastic metaphors, it's like, yo, we've heard this before, bro. I struggle with this all the time when I play guitar because I have such a rudimentary understanding of the instrument that it's like, oh, that sounds like Metallica. That sounds like Korn, blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? I always have that problem with myself. And then I say, yeah, but lyrically, not a lot of these people could do what I do lyrically. And I believe that because I was raised in hip hop. So lyrics are like in my head all day. And when I'm out, like it's happening all day, like lyrically. Either I'm hearing something, I'm singing something, or I'm working on, whatever myself.
Really?
Yeah. So I feel good about like what I can offer lyrically, but sonically, like, yeah, the criticism, it lands pretty good for me because coming from hip hop, I've had to adjust what I'm looking for in lyrics, because in hip hop, like I'm looking for how deeply you can hide that metaphor, that punchline. Like how deeply can you hide? Like that to me was like how many layers are under that? Like Jay-Z has a song, it's called like Elevators or something like that. He's just going off for 3 minutes and like, He has one metaphor that he's using where he's basically talking about a gun as like buildings in the hood.
Oh,
like first floors. It's insane, and like you have to be so conversant with slang and context to even understand what the hell he's talking about. Like I've played it to people like outside of like Brooklyn, the Bronx, Brooklyn.
People don't get it,
and it was like they were real hip hop heads, like real hip. They had no idea what he was talking about.
Okay.
Because it was so parochial, like what up, done, or what you want, black, like that stuff, like that's really parochial, regional, sometimes borough to borough.
Oh wow. So
like for example, Bronx dudes around 98, 99, XBM knows this. He used to say Mo, what's good, Mo? What up, Mo? What you on, Mo? And then the Brooklyn cats would never say that. So the Queens guys were saying done, what up, done? Like Mobb Deep, all those guys. It was that kind of like really, really very specific regional temporal kind of slang that Jay put in that song. And unless you're from New York City, you're not going to understand what the hell he's talking about. I've tested it a million times. They have no idea. So it's like...
Doesn't that make it even more like weird when like you'll see like a white person that wants to be a part of black culture and then they'll like start using these phrases and words that they never grew up using, but they heard it somewhere or in a song or something. Is it like awkward to see?
Well...
Because
that one, nah. Because to be honest with you, like that is like where I really realized that a lot of race stuff is just cultural. Because like there were white dudes, like there was this dude named Lucas, and he was Italian.
Okay.
And like he was in with the shit. Like he was in a gang. He was on all that, and everybody, like nobody, of course, one of my guys fucked with him. And then we had beef with them cats for like half a year. But like, so they accepted it and they were about to jump my best friend on behalf of this white dude. So like he was in and there was no like, yo, this is a white boy. It wasn't like that. It was just cultural.
I see.
So like if you're trying to use it, and you even saw it like in rap sounds, like you trying to speak the done language. What's the truly with that though? It ain't bang. Like that's their like lexicon. So if you're from the Bronx and you're using what up done, like they look at it as an insult. They look at it like you're coming after them. That's why Jay, when he said roll with my duns, cold with my guns, if you slow with my ones, like he's from Brooklyn, he's saying those are his duns. Like, you see what I'm saying? Anyway, the point is, lyrically, this song was like a Jay-Z level rap type lyric to me. It was the kind of stuff where he like wrote that metaphor all throughout. And you had to really focus on what he was saying. It was very impressive. I loved it. And I love the avant-garde, the off-math. It's a 9.6 for me.
I definitely thought it was genius. It just wasn't a song that I vibed with. And that's interesting what you said about poetry. So, because you're right. I think I do have a romantic idea of poetry. I'd actually be like, maybe when life kind of slows down, maybe we could do like a literature journey together. I would really... think that would be super cool because I'm sure you've got so much stuff you could be like, read this, and then we could even do it as a channel. I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, and this song was not really. I think that when stuff is not for my no, we don't have to. No, we don't have to. We don't have to do that at all.
I ain't mad at you. Go ahead.
I meant the review part, not the entire journey. So yeah, like I think that the when stuff is off the 4, I think. No, I don't know. There are sometimes I like that. Anyway, I didn't really like this one. I'm going to give this one a 7. Because I still think it was brilliant. I still think what he did with the metaphors and stuff and the waist to waist and the, he did a lot of that, like interplaying in it. So I'm giving it a 7.
All right, dear listener. We are coming back with another one. Commercial break. Oh, back. It's still there, by the way. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sori says, $125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of Alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. $125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at Vin&Sori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord,
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
and they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin&Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
No. Buy merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Dethroner, you should. There was a my 2-minute guitar solo was there.
It was at the beginning, but alas, you were too late.
Wait, what was the dude's name? GMB. Did you see GMB? Wait. Learn some scales, he says. When he saw the thing. It's GMB. GMB can't
Poor
say anything.
GMB.
They can't say anything. Shout out to
Poor
GMB.
GMB.
Gang shit.
There must be so much going on to be that miserable.
Nah, he's not miserable. I don't think he's miserable. He just doesn't like me.
Yeah, but why show up?
I'm the guy you love to hate.
Okay.
I'm the bastard that you love to lay. Catch you at your mother's waist. All right, here we go.
Okay,
All right.
so up next.
Song number 5.
Song number 5. Okay, is going to
Daughters.
be... Oh, Daughters. Guest House is the name of the song. Scroll down. Daughters is an American noise rock band, but the intensity of the performance on this song and album, you could argue, pushes it into the metal territory. Okay. I will be...
What is the what did he say? Noise core? Is that what he
I
called
think
it?
that's what he said, but that's interesting that, like, whatever it is, it's to the intensity
I'm
that it pushes it
surprised.
into the metal.
I'm surped there hasn't been any, like, flutes and shit. I mean,
Yeah.
This is a Neil's thing, right? Isn't this
No.
a Neil stream?
That's Archero. Archero's always the one
Archero's
doing
the
that.
guy.
Yeah. Okay, if you just pull up that thing again, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that about your mom, your friend Sadie. What'd you say? Go ahead.
Just pull up the yeah, right there.
This is a closing track to their album entitled "You Will Not Get What You Want."
Won't get what you want, okay? All right.
Oh my gosh. Let me just
Guest
shut
House.
up my mouth.
Let's go.
Shut up your mouth, Vincent. You will not get what you want. I love
There's
that.
so many things.
I
There's
cannot
so
tell
many
you.
ways that could go, and I don't even know.
I cannot tell you how funny that phrase is to me.
There's so many ways I could interpret that, but yeah, I see.
How about no? Where did that thing come from? How about no?
I don't know. Oh no.
All right, here we go, guys.
Let's check it out.
Here we go.
Let's go.
What's the name of the song?
Actually, I
again?
like that coloring with the yellow and the green. It feels kind of
Daughters.
bright, happy.
Daughters. Here we go.
Springtime.
That was, what did he call it? Noise rock? Is that what he said? Noise rock?
I
I
don't
agree
know.
with Sadie. I feel more like punky.
Yeah.
But I think noise. Let me
I thought it had the
find-
word cyber in it for some reason.
He said something about. Yo, that.
What?
Back in the day before Instagram and all that shit,
Yeah.
like the term cyber was like it had like some sexual connotations, like you doing shit like over, you know what I'm saying, like cyber. That was like a big thing. That was
Really?
a big thing, like when we were kids, man. It's like some new shit. I was like, yeah. Takara.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay. Daughters is the name of this band. Guest House is the name of the. Where does he say?
Right there. He says noise rock band.
Noise rock. Okay, noise rock band. Okay, noise rock has roots in hardcore punk though, so that's okay.
Interesting. It's called "You Won't Get What You Want," but it sounds
the
like
name
at
of
the
the
end of the
record.
song that you got what you wanted.
No. The whole record is called "You Will Not Get What You Want."
Well, I don't know what the previous songs were, but it sounds in this song it sounded like a lead up, and then it sounded like the person got what they wanted.
Didn't
But
sound
the
like
name
it to me.
It turned into all peaceful and great. There was like all that fight, let me in, and then all of a sudden, it turned into beautifulness.
Well,
Beautifulness.
yeah.
That is not a word, Delaney. Don't put it in your next report.
Delaney had already corrected you. People still in school already know it. Don't worry, I cover the English in the homeschool, guys. The incorrigible wheel tilts at a grotesque angle. The delay is upon me. Who locked the door? Who bent the key? I've been knocking and knocking and knocking and knocking, pounding and knocking and knocking. Let me in. I need a place to bury the soulless, charming, winter hell creature upon me. Who boarded the windows? Who closed the screens? I've been knocking and knocking and knocking and knocking. Let me in. I have come from the distance where you can't see. It's there, believe me. Now let me in. Let me in. And then the final verse says, who put a padlock on the cellar door? Let me in. I've been knocking. Let me in. Who bricked off the chimney? I can't hear you speak. I've been knocking and knocking and knocking. Let me in. And so what did you think?
It reminded me of the Big Bad Wolf and the pigs. Honestly.
Yeah, little pig, let me in. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, what about it?
Well, it just reminded me of that, and then in the end, it gets all peaceful. But
That's because he ate all of them.
yeah, but no, it reminded me of that. But then it also, at the end when it was talking about, whoops, hold on. Can you just put that last one up there?
What are you talking about, the last verse?
Oh, the cellar. Yeah, where he's banging on the cellar. Who put a padlock on the cellar door? Let me in. That was crazy
Who
because
bricked off the chimney?
yeah, but like most people are when you're there's a padlock on a basement door. Most people don't want to be in the friggin' basement in that situation. Most people would be glad that they were padlocked out of the basement. So that was kind of crazy. Like what I didn't understand when it hit that part because, like I said,
That makes a lot of sense to me. He's trying to get in.
He wants to get into the padlocked basement.
Yeah, he doesn't care how he gets into the house. He wants to get in. So he tried the front door. He's trying to get in. He doesn't care about.
I looked at that the opposite way. I was looking at it as the person was trying to get into the basement. You're saying the basement was padlocked from the outside and he was trying to get in through the basement.
Right.
Oh, that's creepy. Okay.
Yeah, because if you look at the whole song, he's trying to get in and something is always stopping him.
Yeah.
He says, who locked the door? Who bent the key?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Who boarded the windows? Who closed the screens? If you look, that's how he writes the song. And then the last one is who put the padlock on the cellar? I think who bricked up the chimney. I think
Okay.
he said. Hold on, let me check. He says, who put the padlock on the cellar door? Who bricked off the chimney?
Yeah, okay.
So you got a key, you got a bent key, you got a cellar door that's locked, you got a chimney that's bricked up, and then you've got windows that are boarded up. So all the entrances to the house are cut off.
This could be a relationship.
Right? So
Because what was the last thing? I can't hear you speak.
he said, let me in, I've been knocking.
I can't hear you speak.
Yeah. Who bricked off the chimney? I can't.
I've been knocking and knocking. Yeah, to me, I guess that would be my interpretation after we've kind of reread it. I would say it's a relationship song, and I know you guys are surprised by that. But one person is completely closed off, and the other person is trying to get in. For whatever reason, the locks are there. They are, and the person can't get in, and they can't hear the person speak. Like there's.
I actually agree with you. I actually literalized this and I had a story in my head about. This is a guy who they always tell you can't go back home. And I never understood that because I never really had a place because we moved around so much. But I remember reading this book, and I think the title or the theme was You Can't Go Back Home. And he was talking about how he was a kid. He lived there for 20 years and went off, become a big shot lawyer, whatever. And then he came back to the town because he was tired of this big lawyer life or whatnot. He wanted the simplicity of where he lived. When he came back home, nothing was the same. But it wasn't like this industrial city anymore. It wasn't like that. It was still like a hokey, hicky place or whatever. But it was different. The local store that he went to was different. Like everything was just changed. Mm-hmm. And so like the guy at the end basically comes to the conclusion that you can never go home because once you leave, you're different and the place is different.
Wow.
And if you look, it says the incorrigible wheel tilts at a grotesque angle, which I'm assuming he's talking about the wheel of time.
Yep, I was just going to say, right.
And it's incorrigible because it's like literally incorrigible. You cannot reason with time. It's over with.
So when he says the delay is upon me, what do you get from that?
Well, it's the delay is, in my view, he's going toward getting inside of this house, whatever the house represents, literal or figurative. And the delay is now upon him because he's delayed as far as being able to access the house because the very next line is who locked the door, who bent the key.
Oh, the delay is upon me. The delay is the locked door. Oh, yeah, okay.
Right,
Yep,
and then it's who boarded up the house, who screened off the windows, who took off who padlocked the cellar, who bricked up the chimney. So the delay is his inability to that forward movement that he wants to get into the house, whatever the house is.
Yeah, but what about this?
I need a place to bury the soulless, charming, winter-hell creature upon me. Who boarded the windows? Who closed the screens? What about it?
I need a place to bury the soulless, charming. Is that himself? He's the soulless, charming, winter hell creature?
Well, there's two angles I have for this song. One is a literal, which is he's literally talking about his old home and his and the impact that seeing it being boarded up had on him. Because we just saw Forrest Gump.
Yeah.
And sorry for putting spoilers out there, Delaney. You should watch that film though. It's a good film. We saw Forrest Gump and there was a house that one of the characters lived in as a child, and when one of the characters got rich, he destroyed it. Mm-hmm. And the metaphor is obvious. It's not the house that was the problem; it was all the bullshit that happened in the house, and so that house needed to be destroyed. And so I'm looking at this like the house becomes the metaphor for his past life, and trying somehow to access that. So when he says, I'm going to bury this soulless, charming, winter hell creature upon me, I think he's talking about himself. He's a rock star. He's a rock star. He's in a rock band. He's obviously probably got a charismatic personality. But he wants to access his house to bury that side of himself. Maybe he thought, before I made it big, I was a better person, so now I want to go back home. But you can't go back home because it's different now. So maybe the entire time when he's starting to lose himself in the lifestyle, I mean, once you start coming into some money, it's kind of weird, shit happens. People,
Yeah.
It takes you a little bit to like adjust to be like, oh, okay. So that's how I looked at it. Like he was like basically living the crazy rock star life and decided I could always go home. And when I'm home, like I'm a regular dude and I wasn't like this before and I was a pure artist. So that was in my head. Like this is literally about the house. But he's talking about his inability to reach back into his old self or get rid of this new identity that he has because you can't go home. Because what you were before you left, you can never retrieve again. So instead of saying like, I need to evolve into a third stage, I interpreted it as he's saying, I need to revert back to what I was before I became this thing. And like,
I think that's really important.
For me, the answer is really simple. Like, you just need to get to the next stage. You can never go backwards.
You can't. Nope.
I don't believe that time exists. But you guys remember, like, Mario, the first Mario? Like, they would move the screen this way. So, like, if you went back, you couldn't go backwards. Like,
because the screen was always moving forward.
And that was a representation of time, essentially. You had, I think, 100 seconds to complete the level, and then the screen would go this way. Mm-hmm. And so it's like, I don't believe that time, that space-time are actual, that they actually exist. I believe they're phenomenological realities. Having said that, somebody has programmed the game such that you cannot go into the past. you have to evolve as a person into the future. What's fascinating, though, is the minute that you accept that and take on that evolution, the past takes on a completely different narrative. Right? So, like, we had that experience where I had to grow as a person in a certain area. And so but that was catalyzed by you growing as a person in a certain area, in a raw sort of moment of honesty relative to our relationship. And so I had what I would probably consider a breakthrough, I think.
Yeah.
And so I was faced with hey, this is one of those moments, bro, where you have the opportunity to actually change, right? Like, and I don't believe in the whole, people don't change. You can't teach people new things. I don't believe that. Like, I believe I'm going to be learning and changing until the day I die.
Yeah, me too.
And it was a cool moment. We had a cool moment in the car. And what that did, though, once I opened my mind up to that evolution personally, it actually rewrote a lot of the things in the past. And so the past was altered by going forward.
Right.
So that's the real ticket, is that you can't go back to the old house, but that's not bad news, right? Whatever was comforting to you in the old house, you can take with you into the new house, but you can't take your current issues into the past. That's not going to work. So that right there, that's how I took the song. That's how I took it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, I can see that. I actually think I've switched my position. I think it's more that as well. But both of them, I think, apply.
It works. That's why he said, like, I can't hear you.
Yeah.
And I think he's actually talking about his old self.
Yeah.
Like, tell me who I was before this. Like, you kind of lose yourself. And I think it makes sense that the instinct is to try to go back.
Well, I think that's how you
to
lose
retrieve
yourself.
something.
I think that is how you lose yourself. Is because you're a different person today than you were back then. And so if you try to go back to who you were then, you lose who you are. So I think that what you had said before, that evolution of becoming that third person or that like third version of yourself, stop trying to go back to the past or to stay right where you are, but actually saying, okay, I'm going forward this time and I'm going to let things evolve and things change with myself. And I'm going to accept those differences in myself, and I'm not going to keep trying to stuff myself into some past form, which I think is also something like I saw this. Actually, it was Pearly thing. She actually said something that like I agreed with, and she was like, "Why are all these women always wanting to be hot old ladies? Like, how come nobody wants to just be like a good person? Like, what about being a good old lady?
Right.
And I think that there's some truth to that. Like, always wanting to be in the past and whatever, instead of going toward, okay, what's the next stage of your life? Like, who are you going to be if you keep making positive choices? Yeah,
here's the thing. Like, if you look back in that past, you're going for recovery. But when you go to the future, this is the reason why God wants you to go to the future. Because going back to the past is recovery. Going into the future is discovery.
Going into the future is discovery?
Looking into the future, the person who you're going to be in the future, is discovery. Like, we discovered something about ourselves.
We did.
There's things about you that are covered up that only the future will reveal. So when a person is past oriented, they're going on a recovery mission. And God is saying, no, I want you on a discovery mission. The discovery is only in the future. You only discover things in the future. Otherwise, they would be covered. Right? Being covered is a present tense situation. Being discovered is something that happens in the future. This is covered. I'm going to uncover it. That's discovering something. So that's why the game is programmed to always move us this way.
Yeah, but you can discover stuff from the past when you start digging into your past. But I do think that you have to be careful with how much discovery you're doing in the past, because you want to keep moving forward. Like, you can't put all your time into the past because it's going to impede what you're doing into the future.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just saying the orientation, because even when people are trying to, quote, discover what's going on in the past, it's only healthy if there's a future orientation.
Exactly.
But you have people that, like, they want to discover shit about their past, and then they, like, figure out, like, what their mom did to them when they were 5, like, you didn't love me, blah, 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 blah. And it has nothing to do with saying, that's why I'm that way with my kids. So let me, like, heal that hurt. And so that's an I to move forward. But instead, people just sit there. Oh, this happened to me.
Right.
and they sit there and the victim
This
stuff
is
comes
so
in.
sad.
And again,
Yeah.
like, yeah, you were a victim or survivor. Like, I get it. But that happened to you in the past, and now you're using that as an excuse to fuck up everybody's present and future.
Yeah.
And that shit to me is like unsat.
Right.
And I'm glad that people know that it wasn't a bowl of candy for me growing up. So I'm glad I'm able to have some sort of street cred to be able to say, like, stop feeling sorry for yourself and stop hanging out in the past. The only use the past has for you is to explain the future, explain the present, and prepare you for the future. That's it. All the other shit in the past where you're just hanging out with your legitimate beefs and your anger and all the rest of it, it's cool, but the world's going to go beyond you. And then you're going to start saying, who changed everything? Yeah, the world moved on without you, bro. That's what happened. Like, we got people like that can't figure that shit out.
Right.
And it'll kill you. Like, literally, it will kill you.
It'll kill it, but it also injures the people who are in the present with you because you're stuck in the past.
Yeah, I think I only drove by my childhood home like twice since I left. It's in a cul-de-sac, so there wasn't a good reason to go there without being kind of worried about it. I'd have been worried about it, and it was crazy. Like, I took Shorty to like my old stomping grounds where I played baseball with Tristan and Floyd. Rest in peace, Radiallahu anhu. But yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy to look at that road where we played so much baseball and had so many fights and rode bikes. And obviously you can't go home. They're both dead. So, I mean, they're gone. So, yeah, it's a good song. It's a good song. I like that song more than I thought I would. 9.6 for me.
9.4 for me.
All right, guys, we got one more song on the way. DJ Neil in the house in this bitch. One more song. I will say, though, this is one of those songs where it's like, I'm glad that we have the structure and the business model that we have relative to YouTube. Because this is a song that I love that is deeply lyrical in my view, your view probably, that we would have never, there's no way. Like Metallica, Tool, Slipknot, like we would have never been able to access this band or access this genre or have this discussion. So I'm very grateful to God for giving me the idea. I was gonna do a LeBron James thing. I have no problem doing the LeBron James thing, but the Lord was like, "Are you serious? I'm gonna fuck up your entire business, right? All of them." Better give him my credit, nigga. Shout out to the Lord Jesus Christ. But shout out to Neil, because honestly, bro, like, I wouldn't have been able to, like, this was a very important song. Yeah. Especially considering the current situation we're
100%,
in life,
yeah.
So hopefully folks learn the lesson before it's too late. I don't know. Yeah. If you're a praying person, pray. All right, one more song, dear listener.
We'll be
one
right
more
back.
song, we'll be out of here. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at Vin&Sori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin&Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We are in the midst, at the end of the Neil stream.
DJ Neil.
DJ Neil. You
So-
guys know what it is.
We've been going through a little journey here. There's some interesting mix of songs.
For sure. For sure.
The last song on the list is The Almightiness Contradiction by the band The Ocean. Is this correct?
I think so.
And we're going to read a little write-up that Neil has to say before we start the song.
Read. Okay, so this is what Neil said about this band and this song. The Ocean is the name of the band, The Almighty
I was correct.
Neil said, after that oral beating, it's time, oral, A-U-R-A-L. It's time to end things on a pleasant note, at least musically. The Ocean are a progressive metal band with members based around the world. The Ocean are known for having their albums fit a theme of some sort, and that is no different with this track here. This is a closing track to the album Anthropocentric, which paired with the previous album Heliocentric provides a fundamental and philosophical critique of Christianity. The lyrics of the songs on Heliocentric showcase the eternal battles between the Catholic Church and Copernicus and Galileo, while Anthropocentric tackles critiquing the fundamentalist Protestant views on creationism. Personally, I find the arrangement of this track absolutely gorgeous. Hope that you didn't find this challenge too daunting, and I guess I won't know until the night on how the discussion went for these songs.
Okay, let's see.
Hopefully you were not disappointed, but if you were, I don't care.
Okay.
Welcome to all the people who've never seen the channel before. Come and welcome. Here we go. The Almighty Contradiction.
Let's check it
22
out.
for Neil. Let's do it.
something there beyond the world we know. There's no one here who knows it all. Is there something there beyond the world we know?
Wow. Wait, didn't this look at the title?
The Almightiness Contradiction.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because the song is a contradiction. Like how beautiful it is, what he's saying.
How is the song a contradiction?
Well, was he doesn't believe in the existence of God? Wait, pull up the lyrics because maybe, I did only catch some of them.
Yeah, I mean, he's appealing to some of these dilemmas, which are
That's not the one.
not really difficult criticisms to overcome. I'm trying to figure out like how to approach this because I'm trying to be I don't want to be a dick to this guy, but I mean some of the so here it is here.
Yeah.
So the Almightiness Contradiction. So here's Epicurus. Is God willing to prevent evil but not able? Then he is not omnipotent. Is he able but not willing? Then he is malevolent. Is he both able and willing? Then whence cometh evil? Is he neither able nor willing? Then why call him God? Epicurus. So this is one of those like problem of evil puzzles that are supposedly impossible to get out of. Because the guy is saying if God is willing to prevent evil but not able to prevent evil, then by definition he's not omnipotent. Mm-hmm. If he's able to but he doesn't stop it, that means he's malevolent. That means he's evil.
He's evil.
Right? Is he both able and willing, then where comes evil?
Right.
And so because he doesn't know the answer to these questions, he thinks it's an unsolvable dilemma. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, these are not difficult concepts for Christians to overcome. We believe that there are certain goods that can only come about based on an evil circumstance. For example, well, everybody believes this. For example, being loved unconditionally, we say, is a very high good.
Yeah.
Okay, but the vast majority of the time when we say I love you unconditionally, what we're saying is there's no evil that you can do that's going to make it so that I stop loving you. Mm-hmm. So the only way to prove the unconditionality of love is the violation of the relationship. So there are certain evils that have to happen in order for certain goods to be experienced.
Wow.
So every mother knows this. Childbirth is an evil moment in the sense that it is an extremely painful, bloody event. I've seen people shot. I've seen people stabbed. I've seen people blown up. I mean, blown up is pretty dramatic. I mean, the end of a childbirth looks like an execution. So again, there are certain evils that are necessary for certain goods to be experienced. Now, ultimately, the purpose, it's very interesting that they named their previous album Anthropocentric, because anthropocentric means centered around man, man-centered. Literally, it means anthropos, man, centered. So it's literally man-centered. But we don't believe that the universe is anthropocentric. We believe the universe is theocentric.
Yeah.
So what that means is knowing God then becomes the ultimate good. One of the issues that Epicurus has, and every philosopher has who denies God and God theology proper, is who determines what good or bad is. So Epicurus is saying, if God is willing to prevent evil, what is evil, Epicurus? Now, Sam Harris says, well, evil is harm, and so we can all come together and agree that all of us don't want to be harmed, and so no, morality is not subjective, but since the human family can agree that none of us wants to be harmed, we can put that as a moral standpoint and apply it there. The problem, Mr. Harris, and Mr. Epicurus, and Mr. Atheist, is you guys can't even determine what harm is. Who determines harm in a godless universe, dear listener? The drug dealer or the DEA agent? Who determines harm in a godless universe, dear listener? The baby or the abortionist who's about to get $10,000 for jigging up that baby? Who determines what harm is? The heroin addicts or the rehab director? You say, well, I mean, obviously, like if you cut somebody, harm is axiomatic. Really? I know a guy who cuts people for a living. He makes a lot of money. They call him a surgeon. So you can't even define what harm or evil or good is without God. You can't even define it. So I get the problem that Epicurus has, and he thinks that's a fatal criticism of Christianity. But the fact of the matter is, there is a third option to Epicurus. It's not that God is too weak to stop evil, and it's not that God is malevolent. It's that in God's mind, the ultimate good is knowledge and experience of Him. And so I can tell Brother Epicurus and every other person, the people who wrote the lyrics to this song, I've been through hell, and my body has a record of the hell that I've been through. And I'm glad, because I have a vision of Jesus Christ that is different from everybody around me. The losses I've experienced and my own evil has confirmed for me God's unconditionality in a way that bothers people. I had a Muslim friend one time. He said, man, you talk about God like he's your dad, like you're just going to stroll up in his house and go in the fridge. Absolutely. That's why Jesus died. So I could stroll into the house and go in the fridge because my picture's on the fridge. Call it corny. I don't care. That's dad. And big bro died for me. So all the shit that I've done, I see the logos behind it. I see the logos behind it. So that criticism, I get it. But there's so many problems right from the formulation of the argument Epicurus has himself.
Right.
But we continue. If God is omniscient, he must already know how he's going to intervene and change the course of history using his omnipotence. But that means he can't change his mind about the intervention, which means he's not omnipotent. I agree, God cannot change his mind. But that does not prove that he's not omnipotent. He cannot change his mind because he is omnipotent. Again, we have to define the terms as God defines them. Omnipotence in the scripture is described as God's ability to act in the universe in such a way that nobody can stop him. God's omnipotence is defined as God having a purpose and having absolute perfect ability to carry out that purpose when he wants, how he wants. That's the biblical definition of omnipotence. It is not that God can do anything or things out of his nature. For example, the scripture says God cannot lie.
Right.
Which is why I believe in the philosophical idea of non-contradiction. I was having a logical battle, epistemic battle with a Muslim dude. And so I was explaining to him that epistemically speaking, Christians have a basis for knowledge in the fact that our God cannot lie. If your God can lie, then you have no basis for knowledge. Because how do you know he's lying to you or not? As a matter of fact, Ibn al-Khattab said that he was guaranteed Jannah, and he said, even I am afraid of Allah's makr. Makr is deception.
Really?
Yeah. So we continue. So God's omnipotence is defined by his ability to carry out his purposes without anyone interfering. That's omnipotence. It's not that he can do whatever he wants. He can't lie, and he can't deny himself. The scripture literally says that.
Yeah.
So we continue. If he knew everything there was to be known, then that would mean he was always know what he was going to do next to change the course of history. He could choose to suspend the laws of nature. He would always know the past and the future, but this would make his own knowledge untrue. For if he knew anything, he could not do anything different from what he knows. I agree with that. God cannot do anything different from what he knows because God is a simple being. I believe in divine simplicity. But that there's no way to say logically that makes his knowledge untrue. What it means is you have a secular philosophical understanding of these terms. You don't have them the way that God defines himself in the scripture. So you think that this is some sort of logical puzzle. No, God cannot do anything other than what he would do. But God Remember, God is a participatory God in the sense that he left the world uncreated for Adam to go and gardenize the world. And he also brought the animals to Adam to name them, which is God saying, cooperate with me in this thing. So when God gets introduced in the scripture, he's introduced in the plural, and he's introduced in conversation with other consciousnesses. Say it that way. Because he says, let us.
Yep.
Okay, so the point is, our God is a communal God. He manifested himself in the Trinity from all eternity. He generated the Son from all eternity, the second person of the Trinity, right? So God is inherently communal. So when he creates, he's only ever done one thing. We're just experiencing the reverberations of the one action God has done.
Right.
Okay, because as the scripture says, all his works have been done from the beginning. Okay, so God has only ever done one thing, but that one thing that he's done will reverberate throughout all eternity because he's an eternal being that exists outside of time. Okay, so when God says, for example, Moses, get out of the way, I'm going to light these people up and I'll start a new generation through you. God had decreed from all eternity that Moses would say no because you promised Abraham, blah, 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 because he wants an experience with Moses and he wants Moses to experience him, because the entire point of creation is for us to know God and be known by God, to love God and be loved by God. That's your entire reason for being. So when you see somebody, quote, changing God's mind in the scripture, it doesn't mean that God is taken by surprise. What it means is that when God wrote the story, he put us in the play. That's what that means. So this idea that if God has absolute knowledge, then the knowledge would be untrue because then he couldn't do anything different. And that guy's assuming that a Christian would never say that because we believe in libertarian free will. But I'm not a libertarian. I'm a compatibilist. Beings are free if they make choices in accordance with their nature. That's all I need as free to define freedom and free will as a Christian. I'm not a libertarian. I do not believe that people are in some sort of neutral point and they can choose to act or act otherwise. No, I don't believe that. That doesn't even apply to God. It doesn't apply to God, Satan, angels, or anybody. Okay? So that kind of takes care of that.
You said that God was a simple being like 10 minutes ago or something. What did you mean by that?
That means that all of that God is not made up of parts. He's one thing. And so, for example,
so he's not 1/3, you mean?
Well, that's in a Trinitarian sense, but even relative to his attributes.
Yeah.
Like people say the loving part of God or the that's the wrath of God. The love of God, the wrath of God are all the same thing. They're all the same thing.
Okay.
How his creatures experience him in the context of what they've done is our subjective experience of the objective God who is one thing. That's the idea.
Holy shit. That's really crazy, because if that's true, then when you're seeing God's anger, where you feel like you're experiencing his anger, you're also experiencing his love. And it really depends on where you're looking.
Correct. That's
so
why
you can look at it as his anger, or you can look at it as his love. It just depends on what you want to see.
Right. That's why the people in hell are in the same place as the people in heaven.
Right.
But the people in heaven are subjectively experiencing it as paradise, and the people in hell are subjectively experiencing the presence of God as hell because they hate it. Here's the last part. Here's the last part that, there's a couple things. One, again, he kind of destroys his own epistemology. He says that God can't be all-knowing. We've already refuted that. And then he says there's no one here who knows it all. That's what he said. Well, that's self-contradictory, because the only way he would know that is if he knew everything.
Right.
The only way you could say that there's no one who knows it all is if you know everything. So that's inherently contradictory. It's just like when these people say, there's no such thing as absolute truth. Mm-hmm. And I'll say, oh, word, for real? Are you absolutely sure? And they'll go, yeah, and they don't see the irony.
Right.
If there's nobody that knows it all, then how do you know that nobody knows it all? You would have to know it all to know that nobody knows it all, in which case you'd be a contradiction, unless you're saying you don't know yourself. Now, here's the last part that just made me smile, subhanAllah. Christian morality has all the characters of a reaction. It is in great part a protest against paganism. No, it's not. Its ideal is negative rather than positive. Now watch this. He says the ideal of Christianity is negative rather than positive. Okay. Passive rather than action. Innocence rather than nobleness. Abstinence from evil rather than energetic pursuit of good. In its precepts, as has been well said, thou shalt not predominates unduly over thou shalt. Now, I'm going to completely destroy that nonsense in 1 second, but look at this. Look what he says. Innocence rather than nobleness. By the way, you're even wrong about that. People always ask me, why did God put the tree in the garden? And I'm not going to get really like in the weeds theologically here because we got to get out of here in 10 minutes. Okay. But there is the especially Reformed theologians, they talk about the active and passive obedience of Christ. Because Christian philosophers have already dealt with this. Read Thomas Aquinas. Now watch very closely. Adam and Eve were created good, but they were not created perfect. Isn't that true?
Yeah.
Which means that in the garden they were innocent. But their innocence was not enough to keep them in the garden. God said, you have to actively obey me relative to this tree.
Yeah.
Not eating the tree was not a passive act. It was an active act of self-denial.
Right.
So you're wrong. The Bible does not prioritize innocence over nobility. The Bible does not say innocent people are going to inherit the kingdom. It says that the righteous are going to inherit the kingdom.
Right.
Which is why Jesus saved us with his death and his life. Because he lived 33 years of positive righteousness. Wow. Innocence is not enough to get us in. Otherwise, if that was all it is, all Jesus had to do was teleport down here at age 33, get crucified, and go back up. Sorry, the life lived as a noble, righteous person is what is required to stay in the garden and inherit the kingdom. Wow. So the Lord Jesus, you're wrong. It's actually not innocence. It's actually the hardcore pursuit of nobility to the point where you have to do it perfectly every single opportunity you get. And that's what Jesus did. He lived for us. He generated 33 years of a positive account of active nobility that then gets transferred to our account upon belief. And then we say in 1 Corinthians 5, I'm sorry, but this guy obviously hasn't. I wish you guys would just read the Bible you're critiquing.
Take a little time.
Passive innocence instead of the active pursuit of nobility. That the ultimate message of Christianity is thou shalt not. I'm sorry, Paul told us in reaction to what I just told you guys about the positive and active and passive obedience of Christ. Paul says the love of Christ what? Compels us. What are you talking about? We are compelled. That's forward moving. The love of Christ compels us. Why? Because we are convinced that one died for all and therefore all died. We died with him. When you were baptized, you were buried with him. And you came out of the water, you were raised from the dead with him. And Ephesians tells you that you're seated with him in the heavenly realms. But God says in 2 Corinthians, the love of Christ compels us because we are convinced that one died for all, therefore all died. And he died for all so that those who live should no longer live for themselves, but live for him who loved them and died for him. You're wrong. No. Christianity is an active religion. That's why when I was outside of Planned Parenthood, my brother, I had all the nice secularists that knew those babies were getting torn to shreds and said, why don't you mind your own business?
Yep.
And I said, the parable of the Good Samaritan, all the bad guys were the people that minded their own business.
Yep. So
let me ask you a question. Slavery is the default position of human beings. There hasn't been a single society in the ancient world or the pre-modern world that didn't have some sort of slave class. That's normal for humanity. What's not normal is the beneficiaries of that slavery actively working to destroy it, even if it costs their own children.
Jeez.
That's what happened across the pond with William Wilberforce, and that's what happened in the United States with the antebellum slave trade, where you had white people like John Brown, Frederick Douglass, who is a hero of the abolitionist movement. Dr. Umar. He idolizes Frederick Douglass so much that he made up this rumor that he was in his bloodline. Frederick Douglass said about John Brown, that white man is more passionate about black liberation than me or any Negro I know. What compelled them? It was the gospel of Jesus Christ.
Right. That's right.
That white man put his sons in the front line for people that will never know him because of the Lord Jesus Christ. This guy has no idea what he's talking about. And I'm just going to read this thing one more time and then we're going to get out of here. I'm not offended. I'm excited. I'm excited because every time I read this shit, I realize how lucky I am that the Lord Jesus made me a Christian. Here's the last one. In its precepts, as has been well said, thou shalt not predominates unduly over thou shalt. Okay, so somebody went to Jesus. Somebody went to the Lord Jesus and said, what is the greatest commandment? Remember,
Right.
this man just said that Christianity's ultimate
Messaging
phrase is thou shalt not.
not.
Okay, all right. Okay, let's rock with it then. Let's rock with it. Then one of them, which was a lawyer, asked him a question, tempting him, saying, Master, which is the great commandment in the law? And that's a Greek intensification. And what it means is great est, like you can't go beyond that in the tense of the verb. Master, what is the greatest commandment in the law? Jesus said it to him, thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, and with all thy mind. And this is the first and greatest commandment. Second is like it.
Okay, so maybe the second one says thou shalt not.
Thou shalt.
That'll split it 50-50. Oh.
Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets.
The law. All of them hang on these two thou shalt.
I'm sorry.
You're wrong.
I'm sorry. The ultimate tenor of Christianity is thou shalt.
Yep.
A lot of my secular friends don't know this, but before God showed up and said to Adam and Eve, don't eat the fruit, he literally took them by the hand and said, kids, you can freely eat of all the trees in this garden except this one. Literally, you can freely eat of everything here except for one. No. The overwhelming premise of Christianity is positive permissiveness, not thou shalt not.
As a matter of fact, when Satan showed up in the garden, he said, didn't he say you can't eat from these trees?
Correct.
And that was the
He
first
said,
messaging.
from any of the trees of the garden. Correct.
Right. So
correct.
he came in saying, isn't this all a bunch of thou shalt nots?
Correct.
But it wasn't true. It was a bunch of thou shalts and one thou shalt not.
Same bullshit.
Right.
Silly.
So where did
childish.
you get your
I'm not talking about Neil.
reasoning?
I'm just talking about, overall. Okay. It's to Neil's point. Neil's like, I knew there was going to be a lot to break down. For sure. Let me just prove this to you guys, okay?
Ready, steady.
Okay, here it is
go.
right here. Okay, so here's Genesis 2:15, and he says, "The Lord God took the man, put him in the garden, and to work and take care of him. The Lord commanded him, you are free to eat from any tree in the garden, but you must not eat from the tree of the knowledge of good or evil. You surely die." So right there, God, even when he introduces what you can't do, he starts off with what you can do. Okay?
So interesting.
Because God's disposition is freedom, expansiveness, and permissiveness. He's not trying to take things from us, y'all. But to the previous point, innocence is not enough. There's got to be nobility. Well, how can you demonstrate nobility in a perfect environment? Simple, self-denial. That's the only way you can do it.
You have to have.
You got to have something where you deny yourself.
Right.
That's the only way in a perfect environment. Now,
I thought you were saying without any adversity, the adversity of saying you can't have this tree.
Right.
If you don't have that, then how can you?
Now, watch how the story gets remixed with the serpent. Now, the serpent was more crafty than all the wild animals the Lord God had made. He said to the woman, did God really say you must not eat from any tree in the garden? It's embarrassing that a genius like whoever this philosopher was at the end of this story fell for such a rudimentary and silly argument. It's crazy to me that he fell. It's embarrassing. And I'm a hard guy to embarrass. But it's embarrassing to me that a dude at that level could fall for such a rudimentary, basic, philosophical blunder.
That a simple reading of the text would lead you
Subhanallah.
out of.
Subhanallah. the hell? Read a fucking book, you weirdo.
Read the book.
All right. Much love to all of my epistemically inconsistent friends. I'm being a dick, I know that, but that's what happens. Like, I know the Lord Jesus loves me. I don't need to be friends with none of you people. That's not the right way to apply it. I'm just telling you, like, I admire, I look up to that dude so much, bro, that, like, to know that dude, like, is thinking about me, praying for me, orienting the world. There's like some quasar that just went off somewhere in some dimension somewhere, and somehow Jesus has an eye to my good in that somehow. I truly believe that. So if I get, it's not that I don't care about people, but it's like, I just don't give a fuck about your opinion. I just don't care. I don't care. And do I take advantage of that? Yeah, because God's like, come on, bro. Like, maybe you can get other people to see how loved they are by, like, overlooking their faults, kind of like how I do with you. Like, you're just sitting here saying, I'm so secure in the love of God. It's like, yeah, but it's supposed to push you to be loving to others. So how about you stop being a dick to everybody? I've had those conversations with the Lord Jesus. And I'm getting better at it, but I'm
you are getting better at it.
I know that I'm loved by God more than I know anything. Okay. Much love. This was great. Thank you very much. This is a 9.85 for me.
I'll match you.
Really good song. Very, very beautiful. And even though I disagreed with damn near every premise of this attempt at philosophy, this band, you got to give him credit for actually trying to say something, especially when you contrast it with the noise metal people. They were complaining about the vapidity of lyrics and stuff. They actually tried to do something. And so that, to me, that's everything. They're a really, really, really good band. So shout out to them for that.
And great conversation. I really like the way this review went.
Yeah, great conversation for sure. Shout out to the big homie Perkinos. Look at Firkin. I love this dude. I swear to God. For to say that God cannot do something is not to deny any power in God, but rather to signify his invincible power and strength, subhanAllah. For it all it means is that nothing can make God do the thing that we say is impossible. Correct.
Saint
Anselm. All right, Neil Murray. Shout out to the big homie Neil Murray. 22 for the big homie Neil Murray. We gotta get the DJ horn in this bitch.
Do it. I wish I had those buttons over here.
Yeah, I know.
Putting so much sound out
you actually can. We've got a remote control thing on your phone with the app.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that you could always do that.
Oh,
I just didn't think
we have to do it on your phone because my phone's up there.
Hey,
did you just say no?
That was no. Here it goes. We'll do it again. All right, DJ Neil, thank you very much. Don't worry, guys. We're going to be back a lot sooner than you realize.
Sorry out.
Gone.